necessary.
Listen, my friend's not gonna take off his shoes there, Mr. Moto.
I'm afraid is necessary.
Neither are the rest of us, okay? So why don't you just give us a table before I smack you?
You must take off your shoes.
The parking meters down in Florida.
You guys think this is funny, huh? I'm the skipper now. I got a answer! 50 grand a month. Kick up to Rusty every month! No, one day I'm gonna... There's no way Donnie's an agent. Almost had me going. If you didn't know Donnie.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore.
Because I want respect. Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
But to reiterate, we had a really good time at the LA Philharmonic the other day, and look, you killed it again. It's a tradition we have. It's going to be a great year. It's going to be a great year for the LA Philharmonic family, David. I'm proud of you.
Was nice.
I kicked it off with my Jaws presentation. Yeah.
Sarah's asking us, what's at the bottom of? Do you see anything at the bottom of the screen, guys? In yours,
I think
don't know.
the intro video was like shrunk, so you could see like my username and stuff.
Oh,
So
okay.
maybe that's what she's referring
The
to.
power of keen observation by David. David had a great line. He goes, well, we talked about how in Australia it's actually winter.
Right.
And I'm jealous of you, by the way. More ice. And I love when it gets dark early. And someone who suffers from depression likes when it's winter more. And I get hot really. So I'm jealous, by the way, of winter. And then David goes, the sun will set and rise on this show 3 times and become a new season in Australia. But also, David, there will be 5 more Paul McCartney tributes in the time of the show. On our last Armfeld, we were going kind of goofing on how there's a Paul McCartney tribute every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And there nothing is special anymore. And Phil Collins
Awards are created just for Paul McCartney, just to meet Paul McCartney. They've never been handed out to anyone else. Just want to meet him.
Look at Sara. What a ball bust for professional presentation, as always, Arm. I am familiar with sarcasm, Sara. I believe that is like Laura from Dr. Katz's office. Hey, Bon, you see like in the brand?
I am familiar with sarcasm.
Oh, geez, I've said that. Jesus, what is it from? The early days of Gunk?
Mm-hmm.
God.
Oh, you've reused material occasionally.
Oh, of course I do. Of course. I'm going to do that. If Dennis Miller can tell a joke from 1987, I can tell something a second time from 2018.
We don't have our own personal writing staff for each of us, so we can repeat it.
If Seinfeld
My name is Sara.
Okay, good. No, I don't step on your drop.
You were about to address
Fred.
Sara, though, I believe.
I guess I was going to say...
President Trump summoned the mob
assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
Oh, no, don't.
I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.
God, so I'm going to do a poll.
Brutal.
And put her, Natalie Maines, Laura from Dr. Katz, and we have another one. Oh, Daria. And we'll see who Sara sounds like the most out of the four.
Here's a fun thing. Here's her new Twitter picture, which I thought was beautiful.
Oh, that's such a funny picture.
Look at that.
Look at that cartoon cat. I mean, what? I mean,
Where's
look at that chameleon.
Where's the Camilla cam? Are we going to do that again?
Oh, yeah.
That's a good question,
Next
Sara.
show. So speaking of BonJovial's brilliance, so our next show is the Fred 70th birthday party. Fred Norris turns 70. King Norris turns, what would you say, 40? That's the big one. I mean, King Norris, talking about a tribute band. Go ahead,
I'm thinking it started in 94 because that's when Stuttering John did his album, but it probably was around, King Norris was probably preceded that.
So you're accusing Fred of being jealous of Stuttering John and starting his band to counter John's band because John got signed and had an MTV video.
I have a vague memory of Fred kind of busting his ass a little bit more with the music once Stuttering John got some heat on his music career. I do have a memory of that.
I believe I'm going to go with you on that. I have no recollection of it being earlier than that. And John might have said that at some point.
Yeah, I mean, they always played all of Jackie's, beer drinking songs in the early 90s, but I never heard any of Fred's music until Stuttering John released his Get Off My Lawn album. Can't believe I know that.
I think you nailed that. We should write a Fred song for him.
Yeah.
How it really goes down. You had a great observation about
we should use another Howard quote like, she's a great kid.
You'll hear about 15 great kids today, by the way.
I'm so excited.
Fred, what was the great observation? Okay, you remember the movie you sussed out with him and Allison?
Oh yeah, the two Ninas, yeah.
Oh God, isn't it crazy? All the Howard we listen to and all the movies that we obsess over, these people drop in, from Stuttering John to One Too Many to Airheads, and somehow that flew under the radar.
Yeah, I think Grillo who was the woman who was she was the proto Miss Howard Stern? Was her name Elaine something? She had the scratchy voice that Billy West always made fun of.
Oh God, yeah. Oh God, all the way back.
I think she got some straight to VHS, noir film piece of shit that Grillo got to be in. That was the other movie from that time that's one of the Stern people was in, if I recall.
I froze when you said noir. N-O-I-R.
Yes.
By the way. Right? Right?
Yes.
Do we get that?
Noir. Correct.
Say it like an Australian. Say it like an Aussie. Noir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Sara says we are $185 away from this month's arm goal. I started Lexapro, by the way.
Oh.
It is a pill. It is a pill the size of
Jason Kaplan.
No, I was gonna say I'm waiting for the Ross Rapin. I'm gonna celebrate the Lexapro in my bloodstream by arguing with Zoss Rapin. I'm gonna go to LA and we'll wait for him to come out of the Sirius studios and just start arguing with him. That's how you know the Lexapro kicks in.
Totally.
It's got you got to see the generic name for it. Jesus Christ. It is the size, the pill itself is the size of
Tic Tac?
no, it's a quarter of a Tic Tac.
Oh, that's good then.
It is the no. Well, I mean, if you drop it on the ground, I'm blind, so you're stamping with your face. It's like losing a contact lens on the
Oh,
ground.
that's not good.
Oh, it's so easy to drop it. I'm such a big.
You get down on your knees and you just feel. If it's on the carpet, it helps. You just feel around with your with your hands while your eyes you can't see, but you feel around. And if you've got your knee on it, you'll probably feel it pressing against your knee. You feel around.
Very erotic. Oh, I love the knee. I love the knee.
I was like, is that a Mark Harris cue?
Welcome, Telly Savalas. Chubby Pickles in the house. Yo, 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 yo. Fine Chug. Dr. Sara, being a wise ass. Ben, 4810.
Let's try this. King Norris, when I press this button, John, watch this. Watch this. When I press this button, their chats should appear on the screen.
Oh,
where
there
is
we go.
it? Where
I see it.
Where are they?
Bottom right.
At the bottom right of the corner of the screen, everyone. There's the chat.
Let's see. You
Look
can
at that.
move it. What'd you do? Move it to the left? Oh, I see.
No,
okay, so it's scrolling up. I got you.
It just goes there. It's in what you call beta, but we say beta, mate.
Yeah.
It's in beta mode, beta phase.
You know, they
look,
updated.
There they are. See, look at that.
They updated
cute?
StreamYard.
Yeah, every now and then you get something new. Look at that. Oh, there's Brendan. What are you saying, Brendan? I need my glasses to read his comment in the bottom right-hand corner.
You have a Brendan
it's too early for
that.
Too early for
yeah, I got to thank you for rising at this time.
It's still dark.
King Norris, he says, King Norris, Fred's mine, they're forever the police. Ben's right. I think Fred and Telly Savalas, Fred really believes, I'm going to save this for that show. I mean, because he really believes, like, at 70, there's still a chance for his band. Yeah. In his mind, he thinks there's still a chance he'll get signed.
Yeah. I love on the old show, Benjamin always referred to King Norris as the poor man's 7 Mary 3.
I don't even know if it's that good.
That funny.
That would be the best when you just played with Brian Ferry, Bond, for us before we went on. That would be the best route for Fred's band to not try as hard because he can't sing. Just to tone it down
subtlety.
Like that.
Yeah, there was no subtlety in Fred's. It was just banging away.
He can't handle the energy. He's not a good singer, and nobody's buying it. Just go subtle, yeah.
In any other world, had he not met if he figured out some other way to get into broadcasting, I think he would just be a George Flowers. I think he would just be a voiceover guy.
Kind of like mediocre at everything. Yeah.
That's a great one. And I used to say on Radio Gunk that he would be like the fucking boring dinosaur rock DJ on not even the weekday, on Saturday afternoon when like the other guys work. And I'm driving to a softball game with my brother-in-law and sister, and Boys of Summer comes on, and then Don Henley, Dirty Laundry, and then he plays Pink Floyd after the two. For that guy, and you're going, what a boring life when you're driving and you hear the DJ.
Or he wouldn't have. I was about to say he'd be like the local TV guy who hosts like the horror movie like Goulardi or something.
Yeah,
he'd be that kind of character.
Elvira,
right? He'd be like an Elvira, but he doesn't have that much charisma.
He would. You just want to say to like a Fred, if you worked on the show, if you could, I don't know who would, maybe John or I guess Howard could do it. Like, what do you have aspirations beyond this show? Like you'd be like say start in the 80s and every few years ago, Fred, is this it for you?
Right.
You want to do anything else with show business besides this? Can you do anything? And he has this grandiose stuff that he'll talk your ear off when you get him off the air about what he's gonna do. And here he is.
Yeah.
The lapdog, puppy, and he regressed. $7 million, the most overpaid guy in the history of radio. It's not Howard, it's Fred Norris.
Yeah, that is a recording studio of broken dreams for a lot of the people.
Thank you, Tendrils. Thank you, Charlie Don't Surf. It's an interesting name.
Well, that's Mark Apocalypse Harris. Now. That's what Robert Duvall said.
You know who's in Apocalypse Now? Frederick Forrest. The original captain on 21 Jump Street. That's why he got cast on the show. Depp claims that's why he did the show, because Frederick Forrest was in it.
By the way, John, I don't know if you had this idea or if you've even done it, but I thought it might be interesting to do, because I feel like we have a couple now of celebrities talking about auditioning for 21 Jump Street, whether it was David Spade or Bonnie Hunt or
that Spade thing is so weird. I don't believe him. Do you believe that? Do you believe him?
Well, the fact that he didn't know what the show was makes me think that why would he make it up if he didn't know what it was, you know?
I think he saw a script. I think he does what Howard does. He makes up, he conflates and lies. I think he saw a script. I don't think, he claims he was offered the role before Depp or Brolin was. Can you see him chasing down Waxer Thompson?
No, I mean,
climbing over a fence. You know,
even if he was a better actor, he's a diminutive, you know, kind of.
He's 5'5" guy. He's the size of my Lexapro pill. He's 5'5". How could you possibly take that? They know what he is. They know what he looks. I think he saw the script. I think he was their 10th choice. And this is the Depp role. So the weird thing about that clip is he doesn't say the title of Jump Street, and neither does Conan.
Right.
Conan doesn't push back and go, "Oh, 21 Jump Street." Doesn't even say that. The actual title never comes up. It's the weirdest clip I've ever seen. And thank you for finding, because I think I was going to watch that, but you found it quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, okay, the Fox network just started, and he's talking about like teens and the FBI
very year,
or something. Yeah, and it's like, well, that is not Married with Children. That's not the plot to that show. So
he called it teenage FBI, high school FBI
or something.
That he referred to it as. Yeah, I was going crazy at it. Thank you, Tendrils. A lot of people would agree with you, Tendrils, that we could do this every single time. I have no problem doing this every time. Sometimes I need a sturcture. And I like the theme show. We could like vacillate back and forth, like do one of these and do it. We should do that on Gunk all the time.
The cleaning out the computer is a good sort of like, packing peanuts kind of filler between, just to give you an opportunity so you're not rushing to find material for
there's shows, amazing things that
here's something quickly. Here, watch this.
We're going to have structure.
Had that. See, that's cleaning out the computer. I've had that sitting around for a while. Here, once more.
That was incredible.
We're going to have structure.
That was incredible.
Had that hanging around for about a year, and that's what we do. Clean out the computer. Boom.
I'm sorry, I just have to say, the 1995 clip art of like the silhouetted men holding a double helix or something is just so... It's something Howard would use to look smart, right? Aesthetics,
I love it.
Come on, you've been holding that for a year?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, we need to. I have a Sturcture T-shirt, as a matter of fact.
You do?
I do.
It's for sale.
It's for sale now. I know.
The Deppening. Go purchase, ladies and gentlemen. Oh.
If anybody has a Fred moment, I'm sure I'll repeat a couple of them. But I have a lot that's brand new, and I can't wait to get to it. If anyone has a Fred moment you think is underrated, feel free to email me them or tell me about it.
I may have to check out of him singing American Idiot for the...
when he did the karaoke shows they had?
Yeah, and he didn't try to make it his own in any way, shape, or form. He just tried to make it sound like he was Green Day.
Kurt Cobain killed himself again when Fred sang Teen Spirit.
Courtney Love crawled into her hole when he's...
I'm looking forward to this one. He doesn't get enough. I mean, let's see.
I got you, Glengarry, right here.
Does he come up in this show? God damn it. The last show was a lot of fun. Again, Tendrils is right. A lot of people would want you to just do this all the time. These just cleaning out the computer, random and jumping around. And God, this new format's confusing me, Bon, with the way they have the thumbnails now on the side.
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think spends hours and hours and hours and hours hours ferreting because he loves it? You think David learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sara man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What about Australia? You think it's cheap to broadcast from Australia? It costs hundreds of dollars an hour. Give us your money.
That's excellent. Chubby Pickle's got an arm mug, which is Mark. So does Mark Maron, as a matter of fact. If that's
the settler colonial painting of Australia always makes me laugh. I never get used to it. I always forget that it's
coming. Guys, you want to start with Melvin? I'll get to the food at some point, but
that's on our OnlyFans, Melvin.
The whole July. I was working on this show a lot on the 4th of July. Very patriotic of me. You guys, Bon, you want to do your thing first? You want me to start with Madsen?
Let's do it. I want you to just sit back for a moment.
Okay.
I want to talk about something so important to me and to all of you. Was a couple of shows ago we had this beautiful show, and we had the amazing Sara, who was on the show, and I'm just trying to find this drop right now. There,
sassy Sara, sassy.
She was so sassy, and we got a lot of good reviews that show, and he's one of them, which is right there. Sara was remarkable in this episode, so vital. And Mrs. Dillinger, she's
that's a Depp fan right there. You know, that's a Depp fan.
She's tough. I'd hate to be on her bad side. I think I'm actually scared of her. Thank you so much. And one thing came up after that was that John, a few weeks ago, John gave me access to the Deppening archives, which he may regret now, because I was looking through them and I found another review Sara did. She came on the Deppening and she did a wonderful review of What's Eating Gilbert Grape, a critical analysis in her mind. And I found this one where she does a running commentary, which has never been aired before. It's a bit similar, but it's a bit different. But watch this. I was very surprised at her choice of movie. Watch this.
This movie was, and I've got my issues with it, I'll get into, was an amazing movie.
Where's your wife? Poor boy doesn't have a dress uniform.
The casting is putrid.
The Missouri fired the first shots of the Gulf War.
Slaving over the stove, frying up 2 pounds of bacon. She is the first character to cause me grievance at 1 out of 2 in this movie. Playing the same character she plays in every movie. And you might disagree with me, but it's the same. The idea of this character is necessary. So the extreme fluctuations in, I want to say mood, I guess, where he's, adventurous, he's running toward chaos, he's having fun, and then the minute something happens, he's devastated.
Little flavor.
I'm bored. What the hell?
This July 1989.
There are physical details that I think are brilliant, that are unspoken. Like there's my two examples. The makeup is slightly over the top.
Welcome to the revolution.
I will say this is a very natural performance.
Do I look like I need a psychological evaluation?
And the only reason for the hairdo is like probably a sweat issue. Yeah, there's no dance, with dance curfew.
I missed July '89. I was hired to jump out of the cake, but
She doesn't have that proper female parental figure.
Are you like some special forces guy or something?
I'm just a cook.
Oh my God, we're gonna die.
The acting great in this movie. Okay, I understand depression, not to that extent. I don't understand sitting in the middle of a situation, literally continuing to make that worse by choice.
Believe me,
No.
this is the safest place you could possibly be. Understand?
No! Let me out!
Do you understand what's going to happen if anybody hears you? They're going to come and try to kill both of us.
I hate being alone.
Do you hate being dead?
A sense of normalcy. If he needs normalcy, which is what we're led to, believe in this movie, cast somebody a little more standard.
You got to be invisible. If you walk by a hatch and you see the enemy, you become the hatch.
That may be the most honest line ever written in the history of movies.
Get down!
Sometimes you want him to live, sometimes you don't.
Put out these goddamn fire!
Just like a complete 180 in personality. That's so brutally honest, too. I've witnessed it.
These guys are professionals. They can handle 20 Marines and 100 cooks.
The portrayal throughout this entire movie is just, it may be the greatest I've ever seen in my life.
1, I don't date musicians, and 2, I do not kill people, okay?
I don't give her the credit a lot of people that I've read do.
What is that?
It's a secure satellite uplink.
Like a car phone.
Yeah, something like that.
It's still the early 90s. I go back to the mindset and the same feelings I had in those years.
Goddamn seal.
He's extremely pale. He looks gaunt.
Get up the ladder, let's go.
God, I think you got the wrong partner here.
That's why I'm drawing upon you have really not as many choices for help, and you unfortunately do have to take a lot of that responsibility on yourself when you are witnessing what it's doing to the people around you.
Everybody, this is Jordan. She's a casualty of the situation I'm about to brief you all on.
Hi.
I mean, if you want to nitpick things, I'm not saying she's a bad actress. I'm just bored. So
We serve the same master. There's nothing we can do about it. You and I were the same.
Second character that infuriates me for a much different reason.
There's a difference, my man. You have faith. I don't.
And this leads up to the ending and the decisions that are made at the ending, in my opinion. That's rough.
Hey, Case, show me a move. Here's one move.
It's blatant. This character angers me. And I just, good for her at the end. She redeemed herself a little bit. That's about where I end it with her. You want to talk about the context, an epic era movie that defines an era.
Wow. Steven Seagal or Jim Belushi, you decide.
I was thinking too, his acting style is exactly like Richard Grieco's.
Yeah.
He sounds like him. Every emote, he goes, "Let go of me, Hanson. You're doing such a bang up job." If you took Grieco's voice, it's exactly sounds like him. It's the same cadence. Grieco's a cross between Steven Seagal and Mickey Rourke is what he's clearly going for.
Right.
If anybody didn't catch what he did there, so BonJovial took Sara's review of Gilbert Grape and he spliced in Under Friggin' Siege with Steven Seagal and had masterfully put in her critiques during the Under Siege scenes. It was
Very
incredible.
That was
And
great.
Sara should feel gratified. It took, I don't know how long it took you to do that.
Too long. It's
Too long.
I cut everything she said.
Everything she said.
I was making drops of everything. I remember I sent you a message after. I always send John a message when Sarah's on after the show. I go, Sarah's just the greatest thing on earth. And I said, everything she said, I can make into drops. That's how I've probably made like 30 drops from her. And then when I was sitting there and I'm making them, and then I just started thinking and that's when I get into trouble.
Like you upstage
then
Fred with just Sara drops.
Right.
It's
I could.
He
we
wouldn't
can
even
do
think to
shows.
do that.
Yeah,
Yep.
we could do that in the future. Like I said, the last show, we could do a whole show where I just use Vanderpump Rules drops, or we could do a whole show where I
that's so
just use
funny.
Sara
That's
drops.
so funny.
David drops. My David folder is growing.
I've had more conversations with your Sara drops than the actual Sara on this
That's right.
show in the last year.
I want your opinion on this, John. While that was playing, what would Sara, if we had a Sara cam, what would she have been doing during that? Just give me your staring like blankly, or
Probably rolling her
shocked, or-
eyes. Looking at her phone. Yep.
There we go.
I
That's
think
what
she's
love.
like
That's-
in a way like a 14-year-old teen who would be like in the back seat of her parents' car, rolling her eyes and flipping through a phone, and no matter how good
All right,
it
I'm
is,
done.
she'd get that. She'd never compliment it ever.
Uncle
Dr. Katz's
BonJovial, you're embarrassing me. Yeah.
That's all right. I also want to add as a disclaimer that was a lot of her comments were very on that Deppening show. She said a lot of things from personal experience.
Yes,
so I've mashed it up, but she her when she comes on and she's going to review something or something like that girl does her homework. You know, my voice just cracked. Did you hear that? I hate it when my voice cracks. She comes.
I'm so excited to move it at the 5-minute mark with Dana
I know. She does her homework. Like the first, when you did the first Gary show on Gunk, she had pages written out of
you remember
notes,
that?
and you get near the end of the episode, and she was pissed. She goes, "Yeah, I've still got like a page of notes," because she couldn't get a word in. Because back then now she knows that if you've got something to say, you could just crowbar that crap in because people are not going to stop talking. And by the end of it, she said, I've still got a page of notes, and they had to like shift things around and say, all right, Sara, give us your thoughts, because she was pissed, and understandably, because you can't get a word in.
Yeah, her personality is the polar opposite of everybody else's on that show, especially if you're from New York. She's sort of like, it's like talking to fucking Laura Silverman from Dr. Katz.
Yeah, tell me about that New York thing. There's that thing on Vanderpump Rules, and that they call them a New York bitch. Is that what you mean by that? Is that what they mean? Like, it's a type of New Yorker.
It's a version of it. Yeah, it's
Can I give my perspective of what I think
please
it is?
do.
I think a lot of New
ladies and
Yorkers
gentlemen.
come from huge families. There's a lot of like Italian Catholic families where there's like 7 kids, and so in order to have your needs met, I think there's a lot of, you have to crowbar yourself in. Even if someone is talking, just keep talking, and they'll feel bad enough to stop talking so that you can be heard.
You're competing for the floor, and it's loud, and you're screaming over each other, and there's an emphasis on I don't know if personality is a little arrogant to say, but there's an emphasis, make it interesting, or vulgarity. It's something to punch up every single conversation. And David's right. You're always competing, whether it's your friends or your own siblings, you're competing against them, almost screaming over them, without question. That's a great line, Pal.
That's funny.
It is.
Steven Seagal is like an ironing board that does karate. It really is. He has no joints at all.
No,
and
he's so
classic
bad.
skinny fat too, right? He's the original skinny fat.
You can see why Sara didn't like him, but to get Sara to sound natural, I had to chop up a lot of her breathing, and I was adding that's Sara breathing. I had about 10 or 15 of those, and I kept inserting them in because I was mixing her comments, and I had to make it sound natural. So that's how I just see. I want to see Sarah's face. I bet, is it more than rolling eyes right now and she hears herself breathing, John?
I was thinking that too. Like she's
It's going to be so easy to get people on the show knowing BonJovial has a microscope on our voices.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So
He's so creepy. He made sound drops of me breathing. He's so creepy.
oh my God. So I have to go with no.
Thank you, Chubby. Bon is definitely God. He's
Me?
passed Fred by like he was like this is.
Shut up!
Oh wait,
I
Wow,
can't
Laura.
handle this.
Wow, That's all
Okay,
Laura's
bye.
lines.
Why is it so hard to not hear you?
I would love to know what Laura Silverman got paid per episode on Dr. Katz doing that.
I'm sure she got
It was such a soap opera. I loved every second of it.
Sorry, David. I'm stepping on you.
Chappelle deal. Dr. Katz got the Chappelle deal from Comedy Central.
Right.
I think Chappelle was on that a few times, in fact.
You might have, yeah.
All right. Michael Madsen, as many know, passed away, and
Oh, it was sad. Look at him in the background there on the
Yeah,
right there. I love that
well,
picture of him with the cigarette.
actual poetry that he wrote. And it's interesting, like, well, you're doing a Howard Stern show, and what Michael Madsen have to do with that? Oh, well, believe it or not, Michael Madsen tried to get on the show often. He was like a Howard super fan that couldn't get on the show. And our buddy Chauncey brings attention to it. He comes up all the time, even when you don't. It's amazing what Chauncey's been able to suss out. So this is Michael Madsen and his attempt to get on the Stern show. Here.
I have to go.
Oh, yeah, one more thing.
By the way, Chauncey makes $275,000 a year, I found out.
That's amazing. Hey, thanks for letting that out.
Working for a free newspaper.
That's a good deal.
Yeah.
Like how liberal Howard is with Chauncey's salary. And if you come $10 million near Howard's, he freaks the fuck out and calls, right? We just heard Doug Donovan.
I'm going to the inflation calculator as we speak.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. BonJovial's going to the inflation calculator of Chauncey's salary in 2003, $275,000.
Howard's just mad it isn't $196 a week. He thinks there's no such thing as inflation.
And the answer is in today's money, that's 480 grand. So that's great for a free magazine.
75%, $500,000 a year for Stepping Out magazine. And that's, I mean, remember Chauncey was telling us that he got all these, freebies and stuff. Tons of it, vacations and weird.
Oh, that's a jacuzzi, didn't he say?
A pretty massive, it sounded like a lot. A jacuzzi is one of them, yes. Yes, Mel Gibson's jacuzzi.
Oh, wait, one more thing, Howie. You know who's flipping out that you won't have him on the show? Michael Madsen.
Who's that?
You know the guy from Reservoir Dogs?
I don't know.
I think it's Mr. White.
It's 2003. Madsen had done like 20 really great films. One of the more recognizable first-rate character actors there is.
Right.
Howard says, I don't know him. I don't know him. Which is already bullshit because I'm going to play a clip that's before this, that predates this clip, which he does know him. So he's lying to him that he doesn't know him. That's just classic Howard. Oh, I never heard of him, don't know him, I'm too good. He won't. It's just insane. Insane. And he couldn't get pitched Madsen in order to have him on as well.
Right. The David Letterman YouTube channel posted a clip when he died that Michael Madsen went on Letterman in the 90s. So he's a character actor that was able to make it onto Letterman, and Howard still doesn't know who he is.
And that wasn't good enough for him. I know. First rate. I think he was on the Tonight Show a bunch of times. He'd done everything. And he was a good get. He's not only that, he's kind of like super, super candid. Like he's the guest that they always wanted. Like the big enough name, but he's not a super A-list star, but he will dish on everybody he's in the movie with. There's nothing he won't tell you. That's the guest they always wanted.
Well, you showed us some podcast he was on talking about
Depp.
Crazy
stories. I would play those here, but I can't.
It's right. It's
cock
not
block the Deppening.
Right. It's not the mandate of the show.
Yeah.
Right.
And what David's saying is, just really quick, he told two Depp stories. One of them was that Depp had lured a hit on him in the Viper Room. Because in Donnie Brasco, this came out like this year. I mean, we just watched this shit. He said that they played a practical joke when they were filming Donnie Brasco on Depp that Madsen shoved him into a closet and locked the door with a mechanical rat. And Depp thought it was a real rat. Rat meaning Donnie Brasco is a rat for the mafia. So him and the actual mafia that they were researching did this. So it was a really kind of sadistic practical joke. Depp didn't like the joke, according to Madsen. And then when Madsen went to the Viper Room, this is like 6 years later, Depp had his goons attack Madsen in the Viper Room bathroom.
Jesus, yeah, I forgot that part. I
nasty.
remember the rat part, but I forgot the Viper Room component.
They had a scuffle in the bathroom and walked out of the bathroom. One of the goons said to him, "John, you should have been nicer to Johnny." This is what Madsen said.
So they roughed him up a bit.
Yeah. He knew it was coming, and Pacino was there as well that same night. As a matter of fact, at the Viper Room. The other story he said was they went to the Donnie Brasco premiere in L.A., and this was just for them, I think, the cast and crew. And they found out that Madsen was on screen too much in the original cut of it. And he claims that Depp complained to Mike Newell that this is not called Sonny Black. This is called Donnie Brasco, and I want his scenes cut.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which is really, for a guy who doesn't want to watch himself on screen, if I were to defend Depp there, I would say, well, the movie, he's so close with Joe Pistone, who actually talked about him glowingly on Rogan this week. The real Joe Pistone. Yeah, that's for the Deppening, yeah.
Yeah.
Said that when Joe Pistone's wife died, was on her deathbed, that Depp flew in from Spain and spent like 5 hours with her on her deathbed.
Jesus.
Joe Pistone's real wife. Maggie Pistone, who's Anne Heche, who's also dead. So is Bruno Kirby from Donnie Brasco.
The cast is dropping like flies. Yeah.
So that's the kind of candor you get from this guy, and they blew it. They could have had incredible Hollywood stories.
Well, and
Howard's shitty judgment, as usual. Thank you, Housey Football.
And that Pacino outlives both Michael Madsen and Anne Heche,
right? Is 83, 84?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he has enough money to be kept alive for a long time, so I'm sure.
How else saw it? Housey Football goes, Howard's a complete dolt, not knowing how good Madsen would be on the show. Perfect example of him being out of it. And that's 22 years ago, Housey, him being out of it. And you have a whole staff. It's not 90 people, but still knowing, like, are you kidding me? Well, you know how that goes. They pitch him the guest and they say, he's got this story, he's got this story, he's got this story, he's got this story. Anything you want to know about any A-list star you want to know. And somehow he turns it down.
Yeah. Also, Howard prides himself on being on the same level as his New York tough guy audience. And
that was the time for that
actor who sort of embodies what he thinks his listeners are,
Well, you have Chuck Zito on every other week back then, right? And you can't have Madsen on once. Look at Pelgo's the Deppino crime family. That's such a good line.
That's really funny.
Yeah, so Pel saw the same thing I did. Well, it's making its rounds. I'm looking forward to getting.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Yeah. Pel, he didn't know who David Tell was. I mean, there's a whole list, Pel, of guests. We can almost do a whole show on that of people he just turned down. I remember at Sirius, Madsen made the list again of people they turned down. It was George friggin' Carlin, Michael Madsen. And this is like the days of Brooke Hogan and the Bloodhound Gang and Greg Fitzsimmons and Bob. These are the guests they would have. It was horrible. It was their guest was so bad in the early days of Sirius.
You ever saw Reservoir Dogs?
I hated it. I got.
He goes, Chauncey's like, what? You never saw Reservoir Dogs? And now he suddenly hates it, but Tarantino he has on the show all the time, and that makes no sense either. And he turned down the Travolta part in Pulp Fiction.
Reservoir Dogs?
I hated it. I got through 10 minutes, I turned it off.
So he's writing about you he wrote about you in his book.
Thank you, pal.
I don't even know what you're talking about. He was in Free Willy. He played the father.
Now Gary's getting reductive. Gary thinks he's great. Gary says Free Willy. That's David's favorite thing. Instead of saying Donnie Brasco and saying the great movies he was in, he says Free Willy to make him reductive. right? To make it like, oh, what a hack he is.
He was in Uncle Gay's Homo Hour with fucking Free Willy.
Well, that's like saying, oh, Robert De Niro. You mean from Rocky and Bullwinkle?
Yeah, right. Like Al Pacino from what was that Adam Sandler twin movie?
Oh yeah, fucking
Jack
and Jill. Depp and Pacino have a cameo in that as Donnie Brasco again. At a Kings Laker game, or going, Ray Liotta from Operation Dumbo Drop,
right?
Oh, okay.
Danny Glover from Operation Dumbo Drop, yeah.
I should have said that.
Kill Bill with Quentin Tarantino.
All movies I never saw.
Okay, did or did not fucking Uma Thurman come into the show and promote Kill Bill?
Yeah.
You remember when Uma Thurman came in and he was drilling her on Ethan Hawke, cheating on her with the babysitter?
Yeah, I remember that.
Was she or was she not promoting Kill Bill? And he's pretending he doesn't know that.
Right.
What a lying! I can't stand this guy. Oh my god, the hatred! It just exponentially every time we do this, and stuff hits me. Even now.
He's a lot like Tom Sizemore.
There's a lot of similarities there.
Well,
Chauncey, good one.
Part of Howard's thing too is like that 69 IQ is like cranking its rusty wheels to try to remember the interview he did the day before, let alone
you're stupid as it is. You're going to make yourself stupid. You're going to dumb yourself down more by saying that? By pretending you don't know stuff?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
This is driving me crazy, this conversation.
The guy.
He's been trying to get on the show for a while.
Good.
And we've been passing on him.
Well, of course. I never heard of him.
I think he's bummed because he wrote a book of poetry, which we read on the air, and he mentioned you, and he's like a fan. But
listen, I can't have all my fans on the show. I mean, I'm very grateful that he's a fan, but...
Oh, wow.
He has Rappaport, Jerry O'Connell, fucking Ryan Felipe. I cannot tell you how good Madsen's career was, certainly at that point, too.
He just relegated Michael Madsen to a Marianne from Brooklyn status.
Yeah,
I can't have all my fans on the show. Like, God.
A guy who couldn't play himself in private parts, who can't launch a second movie. This is crazy.
Tell him to try to call that number.
Right.
By the way, Tom Sizemore is completely self-destructive.
Damn. Okay, so this is what he's talking about. So he comes out with a book of poetry in an homage to Howard, basically taking shots at all his imitators. Opie and Anthony probably being one of them, and then he goes and does their show fairly regularly. So here's this.
Yeah. There's an actor named Michael Madsen who maybe is a fan of the show because he wrote a whole bunch.
This predates what Chauncey's conversation was by a few. This is a couple of months, and he wants you to believe he doesn't know who he is after that. And after Uma Thurman, I'm just driving me crazy.
Bunch of poems. He wrote a book of poems.
Oh, yeah?
And I read them, and I'm like, poetry. A friend of mine actually just sent me a book of poetry. A doctor friend of mine who, said, hey, he was thanking me for a gift I sent him, and I'm like, I'm trying to get into it, but I have just never understood poetry.
Right.
Like, write down your thoughts.
People who write poetry.
I don't understand why I like poetry.
Or should.
Yeah. Because I don't like it.
I understand the people who read it and go, oh, did you read Maya Angelou? I've never understood that.
Yeah, this guy Michael Madsen, I guess, he's an actor. He was in Reservoir Dogs, and I don't even know who he is, but...
He's a good actor. He's the guy who was really crazy in Reservoir.
Have you ever seen someone in your life glee and bask in saying, I don't know who he is? It's like he is obsessed with saying, he can't wait to say, I don't know who he is.
Yeah.
Be reductive, to be that he's beneath him in show business.
Well, it's also, even if he did know who he was, it's a manipulation tactic of for his audience. He's trying to get his audience to think that it's not cool to know who Michael Madsen is.
Yeah.
If Howard doesn't know him, then Michael Madsen's not worth knowing. And Howard still retains the spot in the audience's mind of being the most famous, most important person in showbiz.
But it's actually very cool. And I hate using the C word, just get the C word with the word cool. It's such a, basic bitch, sort of bankrupt word we overuse, but whatever. I'm going to say it. He does have a cool, that is not true at all. He does have a cool factor in film. That is a name you would bring up to make yourself sound cool. Like we brought up Brian Ferry before. Michael Madsen is a very cool name It absolutely has a cool, and that just proves Howard doesn't know what cool
What
is.
we've got here is failure to communicate.
Cool Hand Luke, very nice. No, I think that Howard is not smart enough to understand that, like, don't be a fan of the comedian, be a fan of the comedian's comedian, or the comedian's comedian's comedian. He doesn't understand that, like, the B-sides is how you distinguish yourself as being cool. He's so, as we always say, so basic bitch-ish and such a starfucker that I think he doesn't understand that, you know, being a fan of, you know, Party of Five or any of these WB teen dramas is...
What's your favorite? Everwood?
Everwood, yes, right.
Yeah.
You know, Dawson's Creek with James Vanderbeek, you know, I think he just thinks that it's popular, therefore I'm going to jump on the bandwagon and make it more popular or be associated with its popularity, rather than sort of show that I might have taste beyond whatever the networks and mainstream movie studios are just feeding me, you know?
Nobody has compromised the word cool more than Howard does his attempts to try to be cool. When you try too hard, anyone can see right through it. David, have you ever said to your friends, hey, I'm going to lay low this weekend and crawl up on the couch with season 5 of Everwood and a glass of wine?
I probably, I mean, I would do that now, ironically, and just, you know, watch Michigan J. Frog introduce every WB show that I ever loved, you know.
WB.
Hello, my baby.
Pell goes, it's like saying Denzel Washington, the guy from St. Elsewhere? Howie Brasco,
the guy from Moonlighting. Yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah, Howie Brasco this is Howie Brasco all over Chubby. He really is. Who is this fucking guy? This fucking guy. And Crazy Robin loves Michael Madsen, by the way. So there you go. That's all it takes. All it takes. All we need is Crazy Robin in our life. He doesn't understand poetry, but he says rock lyrics are deep and profound. Edward Rush, yes. Collective Souls lyrics are the only thing he understands. I was in a heavy place. What was that? What was that band? I grew up on comic books. Something radio. I forget the name of them.
Takes a little more melody than that.
To a dark place. It takes him to a dark place.
Howard only knows to his therapist.
Stamos Pit. I know. God damn it.
For dogs and cut off the guy's ear.
Like, listen to this. A man alone is a funny thing. I went to see an Asian woman.
I've been downhearted, babe. Ever since the day we met. They sample that from.
I know what Crazy Town.
Yeah, something like that. The old. Dennis has always said, the old Joker DJ names Howard back then. Fame and fortune. He showered loving women. He fakes loving his old Ralphie cakes. He's an old broken down gay Howard. Poetry. This is what is the term for the moonlighting? Oh, I gotta sing Moonlighting again. Here we go.
Beauty pageant at the Desert Inn in Las Vegas. Some of them were beautiful and some of them were not.
This is Madsen's poetry.
It was a pageant at the Desert Inn in Las Vegas. Listen to this. A man alone.
Dogs and cut off the guy's ear.
Like, listen to this. A man alone is a funny thing. I went to see an Asian woman beauty pageant at the Desert Inn in Las Vegas. Some of them were beautiful and some of them were not. There was a catalog on the table where I sat, wanting to leave. The men were cheering and clapping, and I missed my woman in Los Angeles. Now, I understand that. That's a pretty interesting thought. It's like, you know what? I've been like when I went to that club rehab, it made me miss my chick even more.
Mm-hmm.
So I get the guy's thought, but why can't I just say, you know what? Whenever I go to like a strip club or something, sometimes I miss my girlfriend.
But let me ask you, why is that a poem?
Not sure. Don't even know what a poem is, really. It doesn't rhyme.
I sometimes think that, they're supposed to rhyme or have some structure to them. Why? That sounds like random thoughts to me.
Sturcture, Robin. Sturcture.
Yeah. Clearly, Robin's not keeping up with the works of Charles Bukowski. She thinks it always has to have structure.
I can't even look at the word structure anymore. Like, I can't, they ruin the word structure for me. I can't listen to it, read it. All I see is that fucking Pelican Brief. That word is ruined perpetually.
It's so fun, yeah.
Go ahead.
So it's so funny because the word structure is.
We're going to have structure.
Go David. Go David. Go David.
So I was just going to say, I think when you say the word, I would maybe fall into the trap of transposing the U and the R anyway. So that Howard spelled it that way. It's like, oh God, I'm going to fall into that trap much more.
When you're doing a presentation that's based on not being accountable
exactly
to the staff of a show that you make all the decisions on, that's all for you. You better damn well spell everything right when you're preaching to these people about how to do their job.
Also,
that's the least you could do.
Yeah, that's the worst word to misspell because the definition,
it's ironic.
Sort of, yeah, right. I mean, it's just like you didn't structure.
You've compromised the whole meeting. You've compromised the whole meeting by misspelling it. And they're probably whispering to each other in the crowd, like, "Oh my, he's just misspelled structure. Oh my God, we can't say anything."
Oh, there are. That's all through it. Like when he's talking about Brad Pitt and that, and Richard. You can hear them laughing. If I turned it up, if I did like another remix on top of the remix, and a remaster, I should say, and cranked up the level, you can hear them going.
Yeah.
Howard ignored the zigzag red line under sturcture when he was making the PowerPoint.
That's right.
It's spell check error.
It would have been glowing trying to say, Howard, you idiot. And he must have ignored it. Add to dictionary. He wrote sturcture, and it's in his computer's dictionary now.
PowerPoint adds nice graphic design under some of the words now.
I mean, how could you not? You'd have to excuse yourself. When he took credit for Seinfeld's career and Jon Stewart's career, you would have to get up and you'd be coughing, laughing. You would not be able to contain yourself at that. You'd be like, did he just take? Wouldn't you say to the person, did he just take credit for the show Seinfeld? Did I just hear him take credit for the show Seinfeld? By the way, David and I just finished Armfeld, No Hugging, No Learning. What was the episode, David? The baby shower.
Yes.
And once again, we both did not like it. Like we remember, I gave it 5.5 Pop-Tarts. You gave it 6, or you gave it 5. I gave it 5. You gave it 5.
I gave it 5 and 5.5. Yeah. It was,
Nothing's holding up right now.
Yeah.
Nothing's holding up.
We made Billy Corgan relatable
That's
to our
why.
audience.
So Bon just put a clip. He's taking credit for the Smashing Pumpkins. We made Billy Corgan relatable to his audience.
Billy Joel, David Bowie.
Wow.
Who says more positive things about David Bowie than me?
Every time you watch that, you get a little, I don't know if you get angrier or more. You just pick a new thing up that you didn't get. It's only 59 minutes, but
every sentence is like a portal to his ineptitude or out of touchness. I mean, so
our show is the #1 place for a guest. Whitney Cummings was doing jack shit when we found her. This woman was nowhere when she did our show.
I can't believe that didn't come up during that Bert Kreischer, Tim Dillon conversation.
Yeah.
That was to get it out of our universe. Just one fucking time.
Eddie Vedder's never done my show. Wow. I'm on here regularly talking about what a genius David Bowie is. Does David Bowie know it? No.
It really is like Howard's MAGA speech here. This is the real guy, by the way. If you want to know what this, to me, this embodies who he really is. I think you're always wondering, he's he can be a nice guy off the air. I think this is the guy. Yes, Crazy Robin.
Definitely.
This is the narcissistic finest. This is him at his narcissistic
Who's talking
height.
about Neil Young on a daily basis? What media figure? I can't think of one. Neil Young shouldn't be able to shit without hearing somebody talking about it.
I forgot that. I forgot. Yeah, I mean, also too, the money he makes really inflates his head in a way that's what you get. He equates the money he makes to taking credit. All these things, he could take credit for everyone's career because he makes a lot of money. So it's given him more delusions about more aspects of show business based on the money he makes.
Yeah, he doesn't realize that the money he makes, in my opinion, is because of the efforts of Don Buchwald and Mel Karmazin. And they might have put in some degree of work, whether it was, slimy and gross what they did to make him that amount of money is a different discussion. But
we're going to become packet and marketing crazy.
But I think that Howard probably did look at that figure and be like, I must know what I'm doing with a PowerPoint presentation and with like a new directive for my company, because look at how much money I make. I must be qualified to do this,
Well, yeah. Haven't you ever heard of someone like I get this in sports? I get this in any walk of life of entertainment. When someone makes a lot of money, they must know what they're doing. Look at how rich they are. They clearly earned it. Like everything's merit. Nothing is merit based in show business. I would think that there's less people deserve what they get than do. Like every single person that's ever made a lot of money, it's all they look at how rich they are. They clearly know what they're doing. No, they don't.
If we, in fact, do have 23 million paid subscribers, we've done Tony Visconti on the show many times.
What? I don't even remember
Look what's going on for Kevin Bacon as a result of our show.
So he's taking credit for Kevin Bacon's career.
What a great clip from Private Parts.
Who's Animal House?
What a great clip from Private Parts. If I'm a publicist, I'm not sitting and thinking about the Howard Stern show.
You know what, guys? I think the Kevin Bacon is worse than Seinfeld or Jon Stewart.
Yeah, man.
Kevin Bacon was famous way before that.
Yeah, he was. I mean, exactly. I mean, this whole sort of like
how. Go ahead, I'm sorry, Jimmy.
No. No, I think this whole idea that he's responsible for, it's the same as him saying like our show was the first reality show. It's like you didn't invent having conversations, that's
but you can't even say that, David. I've said it 100 times. The Real World came out in 1992. His E-show came out in 94. Like you can't even give him credit for that.
But I also think it's like a radio show is not the same. Like filming an extemporaneous conversation within a radio show is not the same as a reality show, which is a documentary style sort of showing people living in their day-to-day life thing. That is not Howard. Howard has never done a reality show ever. He's showing up for a job and he's
allowed to talk about whatever he feels like it.
Exactly. Right.
We're not on their radar.
Wow. It makes you want to do the fucking... How many times have we done the Pelican Brief on Gunk? Was it like 10 times?
It was like twice, I think.
Felt like it.
There's more... We've gone over... There's more there's less Paul McCartney tributes than the times we've gone over the Pelican Brief.
The lead singer of Soundgarden, that guy when he was on.
And he doesn't know his name.
Jeremy spoke.
And then you could see his staff going, does he really not know Chris Cornell's name? Are we really...
Hey, let's pitch Tom Cruise...
And then he butchers Jeremy Spoke and
I know we want to move on I just want to say my favorite part of the Pelican Brief is he's complaining about pictures of Jeff the Drunk in the green room and how it scares the celebrities. And it's like, you're the reason that Jeff the Drunk is in this universe in any way, shape, or form.
And he's the reason any fucking interior design goes on in the office. You think you think those people are allowed to put posters at whatever they want? Yeah. That's all an homage to him. It's a shrine to himself, the whole office. And I'm
going to put together a core team.
God damn, you're so right, Dad.
Play tape of me on the air talking about Eddie and singing along to Jeremy Spoke. Spoke.
It'll be like Bruce Wayne not taking accountability for the Two-Face coin in the Batcave. He blamed Tim Drake for that or something.
Right.
I have never rested on my laurels.
Oh God, you're so right. He's blaming his staff for his own interior design in the office.
Because
our fucking team is on it.
That's what someone who hasn't had to face any consequences in their life does, where it's like they can't face the fact that actions they took led to their unhappiness. So it's sort of like, why did you let me make these dumb choices, Gary? Think about
the history of the show. Like, you bring up such a great point. How many times have you really seen him be accountable for anything? From Private Parts not making enough money to the CBS show, which is a total debacle.
Right.
When have you ever seen him accountable for anything?
Well, it's funny when you mention Private Parts, I think of a year like in 98, Ivan Reitman came in and he basically spilled the beans that it only made 41 million.
Yeah.
And
you've been lying about it the whole year.
Right. And Howard said to him, like, yeah, I mean, like, I guess he felt like a year had passed, enough time had passed where he's not in huckster mode and he can be like, I mean, I was a radio guy. I didn't know if the American public would know me in the movies. Like, it's not my fault the movie made something to
He
that
started
effect.
to compare himself to just guys that aren't in the medium at that point.
Yeah, like he's Mark and Brian got a Paramount movie, you know.
I'd collected so much audio of him lying about the box office of Private Parts. Like it was like 1 minute it was 88 million, then it was 120 million, then he's counting like television receipts. He's counting, he's adding like ad revenue from the USA Network and trying to, pad his stats. It was horrible. I mean, when also too, like internationally, just like a big fat fucking zilch, zero. None of this works. I know, but Jose Villatoro is right. Like, what even was enacted? I remember on Radio Gunk, I went through the entire year after the Pelican Brief, and I was trying to track the guests, and they tried to keep it up for like 3 weeks, and they just couldn't. He was so lazy that he couldn't. It's the same thing as him loving the announcement, and you can never do the execution. It went on for 3 weeks, and he couldn't maintain it. And he just killed any kind of like notion that was like, and the staff was probably like, what is he just caving on that? It's almost like Trump's Project 2025.
Right.
That's what that is to him. And he just caved on it like immediately.
Well, I think it's all theater to make it seem like he's got more life left in him. It's for his benefit to do the Pelican Brief because it gives him motivation to feel like he's not going to die soon.
It's reinvigorates the staff thinking that he's still relevant, and I have another 30 years in me to this plan will be enacted, and I'm going to live till I'm 150. At that point, he was 60.
Right. Yeah, and if you the thing about the announcement is that you're just living in purgatory where it's like you never have to actually fulfill the action items of the announcement and therefore you're immortal. That's his thinking. That's his magical thinking of like, I can live forever if I never act on the things that I announce. I just have to keep announcing that I'm going to do something new, and it'll psych my brain into continuing to have a will to live, and that will somehow, reach the physiognomy of my body so that it continues to be healthy.
Physiognomy.
I think I misused
not
that
physiology,
word.
Not
I think I meant physiology.
He just I don't know if you created a word there or it's the real deal.
It's a real word. I think I meant physiology, but
right now the people at Roget's and Merriam-Webster are in putting that in the actual dictionary from you. I think you actually put your own inputs in.
Oh God.
I mean, I saw this great point on Reddit. This is about Alison too. We're going to get into some Alison later too. Is like all those announcements you're talking about that he never followed through with in the early 2000s and late 90s. You got to remember too, he just gets divorced and then the separation from Alison. And so he clearly lost half his shit. So he's and I think he's admitted this a few times if you catch him at the right time, that everything is going to go to her. So I'm not going to work harder because Doomsday, the animated series, or whatever you want to, Fart Man, whatever fake plan he had, the high school years, it'll all go to Alison. So I'm going to deliberately not do anything because I have to think of a way to wiggle out of this so she can't get half my shit from the next project. And when Sirius came along, it was such a massive marble heist that it was just, no matter, even if she got half of it, is ridiculous.
Yeah, right.
That he deliberately wasn't following through his stuff because he thought Alison was going to get half his money.
He's punishing Alison by not being the blossoming flower in show business and comedy that he was meant to be. Right.
it would just destroy him knowing that she got half of some project. I'm assuming because now honest, think about this. She got half of whatever he got for fucking Son of the Beach. This is right at the divorce. She got half of the CBS show, and then whatever he got from the E! Show. You notice he never wrote a book in that time.
Yeah, that's true.
Never, not another movie.
Yeah. Do you think there was some sort of like statute of limitations on her alimony? Like once the kids were out of the house or something? Do you think?
From listening to his bitterness in those early 2000 shows, I say no. I say she did have access to everything.
Right. So like Ashley was she was born in 93, so she was out of the house by 2011.
Is that her 5th university or 6th?
That's true. So, but I guess I'm just wondering, like, does the alimony start to kind of shrink?
You remember Too Close for Comfort?
I never really watched it, but I remember
college sweatshirt. I think Ashley's the only one that could match Ted Knight on Too Close for Comfort with college sweatshirts. Right. His thing was he would have a new college sweatshirt like everybody was writing Cosmic Cow and like. Weird thing is, we're going to talk about Debra Stern later. Debra went to St. Louis University. What a bizarre! Was it an all-girls school that she had gone to?
I don't know about that.
I don't know if it was St. Louis University or a school in St. Louis, or if Artie walked her from St. Louis.
John.
Yes.
John.
Yes. That's it.
There you go.
And that's the best that sample.
Primitive radio gods.
Radio, right. That was almost right. That's right, Crazy Robin Howard's talentless. He has people to lean on him, like Morgan Freeman. Let's finish this Michael Madsen poem.
Yeah.
That's why.
And actually, I really like it.
Oh, so you like poetry?
Well, I like what I mentioned in a poem. And he mentioned me in a way that I enjoy.
All right, what did he say?
I don't want to go through it's his long poem, but it says, disc jockeys who want to be Howard Stern. Like he's talking about the effing wick and the candle, dead batteries, bad charcoal, flat tires and traffic. Disc jockeys who want to be Howard Stern. See, all the things he hates. Enough, enough, enough. I love that.
That is good, but it's almost like Larry King's article.
That's a list, yeah.
Well, you got to read the whole poem. That happens to be a good one.
Oh, poem. That's
JMD. I'm not going to get into politics or anything too deep. I'm not afraid of it. I just that a zillion people do it and do it better than I do, like the Majority Report. But I will say this, and relates to Howard with Trump. Howard has the right wing boogeyman for him. He thinks he uses it as it's a backward compliment because he can blame the shittiness of his show or any kind of negativity from his show. He now blames I am as left as Kenny Anderson and Steve Carlton, and nobody hates him more than I do now. So he uses the right wing as a way to deflect from the deluge of haters, which is the left and the right.
Yeah.
And he uses the right as a backward comp to be a useful idiot to his celebrity friends that are Learjet liberals. And he uses, it's these right-wing trolls. No, everybody hates you. But the right wing is actually beneficial to him because he uses them as a heat shield for haters, that it's actually like, oh, I'm doing the Lord's work. But he was not speaking about politics at all until he got shamed by his celebrity friends because he was afraid of it. We talked that Sara, I'm sure Bond's got that Sarah Silverman drop. She was the first one to do it of all people. That went in and shamed him, that he stood for nothing and said nothing and had no stance on shit. And he said to her, I only care about me. I don't care about anything else. I don't know what to tell you. I have no opinion on this. I have no stance. I'm not saying anything. And he told her that. And all of a sudden, he tried to position himself as some voice of the left, and everyone knows Howard would make a much better Republican than he would a Democrat.
He's a billionaire. I don't mean to keep quoting Benjamin, but I remember he said, Howard is someone who he hates the government, but he loves every politician. Whenever he speaks about individual politicians, he loves them. He
loves what advantages the politician may do for him.
Right. Exactly.
How special they may make him feel.
Right.
If it's Christy Todd Whitman, name a rest stop after him, or Al D'Amato, give him an advantage. Whoever that is,
I remember him
that's
glazing
politics.
Yeah, I remember him. I mean, this is probably 15 years ago.
I'm a sternocrat.
Glazing up Bloomberg, and he just,
Bloomberg, Giuliani was on the show, all the time. Giuliani was, he would come on whenever even like at the height of his 9/11. Did you see David Spade called? He said as a cute joke, he called Ground Zero Ground Zilch, and he got as like
yes, I
trying to
did
be
see
cute.
That. Yeah,
ground goose egg. Where does Alison, Ben, that's a great question. I don't know. Oh, God, she left New York. They sold their house in Westbury. I forget where she went to.
Did she go to Florida?
She had to have gone to Florida, right? I mean,
well, wasn't she practicing kind of near where you live, Arm?
Yeah, initially, the last I looked, she had in Roslyn Heights, North Nassau County, she had a therapy practice.
Okay.
And it accepted all sorts of, insurance and shit. And I was going to, it's actually far enough for me that it's got to be like 45 minutes away, but it's still the same. It's Long Island, but that was the last. I don't know if it exists anymore. You could probably, I'm sure it's still listed. What you're always going to keep that up. She's a licensed therapist. God, Alison Burns.
If I ever got play money, I would get a summer cottage near where she practiced just to become her patient and
do a
script sessions to try to get info out of her.
What about David with Richard Dreyfuss and Bill Murray and Stalker on Vacation?
Exactly.
Tamara, yes, Cosby wore sweatshirts, but Cosby's sweatshirts were more like Temple, and he wore a lot of the black colleges. Like Ted Knight wore everything. I mean, he would go from, Arizona to Maine in the sweatshirts. But you're right, Cosby wore like a ton of, but it was more like an homage to himself, like Dr. William H. Cosby, Temple, and Howard University, and Xavier University, and Louisiana. I don't know if you know that school, Loyola Marymount, something like that.
Yeah.
Allison got married shortly after the divorce from Stern, which is no, that was apparently not Radio Gaga. She had signed something where, and certainly with the kids, I thought that was the rule in New York, but she got half his money for quite a few years. Going into, I think when the kids all became over 18, that might have ceased, but he was complaining many, many years. Missing in action. Howard was a Republican back in the day. You're right. Even and he was a fucking, armchair warrior with 9/11. Yeah, wanted to invade all the wrong countries and stuff. I mean, I could play hours and hours of footage putting his stupid political foot in his mouth from the early 2000s. Remember the Drew Barrymore thing at the 9/11 concert where he was shaming her into...
Then he has her on the show. And
he talked about Fox News all JMD's right. He talked about Fox News all the time. All he did was watch Fox News. I would say the same thing about free speech. He loves his own free speech. Pellel says it might have been in response to it was Pellel with Mel Karmazin and fucking Mel L and Opie and Anthony. Howard's definitely a Republican. He's no liberal. No, he's not. The liberal is a rising tide, lifts all boats, right? And Howard's the opposite of that.
During 9/11, even though I was in Brooklyn, I pretended that I was in the Pentagon.
My dad, I said to my father on the phone that afternoon, and he hung up on me. He goes, "You guys all right?" He goes, "You guys all right?" He goes, "Yeah, we're fine." He's like, you know what? The last guy going anywhere near the financial district is you. I go, oh no, I'm actually at the Pentagon, Dad. He goes, and she's hung up on me. You're an idiot. He goes, "You're an idiot." He goes, "You're an idiot." And hung up on me.
So nice that your dad had such a light heart that day to talk about your likeliness going to the financial
You can't even
district.
take this. He said something like, "You can't even take this seriously. You're an idiot," and hung up on me.
Fuck off, you know.
I was probably like 2 miles away from the actual attack too,
Wow,
in Park
that's
Slope,
crazy.
like just over the bridge. I mean, we had ticker tape on our roof from Wall Street.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm not from Wall Street, from the financial, from the not the Ground
crazy.
Zero, Ground Zilch. Cosby got the with Fat Albert. King's right. Yeah, that was my shut up and sit down moment, Tendrils. You're right.
I told you not to be stupid, you idiot.
We want other countries, and we wouldn't have any war, but we don't want the Japs anymore.
I know, isn't that funny that like
Hey,
Howard's
he's not even a poet. I resent
All right,
this.
listen to this. It's from page 94 from a poem called T-Bird. Rat buns in custody. Bingo, bingo, bingo. Kelly Lang loves to say over and over and over on the news, Howard Stern for president, man.
Wow.
Like that.
Oh, see, if he keeps mentioning you, he's a poet.
Yeah. Any poem with my name in, I like it.
The effing
You'll
wick in the
read the
can.
whole book if he puts you in every one.
Yeah, so here's his, I'll give him a plug because he mentioned me positively, but it's beyond me why anyone would read poetry.
Walt Whitman's a poet.
The Blessing of the Hounds by Michael Madsen. Introduction by Quentin Tarantino, another guy who knows how to be obscure. His movies are like poems.
I get his movies. Don't get his poetry.
So amazing. 2 months after that,
Yeah.
Chauncey calls him, and he doesn't remember who Michael Madsen is, and we're supposed to believe that. Just ridiculous. Just so patronizing to the audience to expect us to believe that.
Right. I mean, first of all, Michael Madsen did the right thing. He knows how to work Howard. Like, just speak positively about him in the press.
Went over to the Friars Club.
I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
No, just like if Michael Madsen didn't know that's how you get on Howard's good side and maybe potentially be asked on the show, that's exactly how you do it. You mention him in some
You have to
kind
kiss
of
his ass in some capacity, right? And
Right.
he'll hope to come around, and that
and
wasn't
play into his hatred of the Grease Man and Mark
Yep.
and Brian and all that.
That's right. That's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did. He knew the show probably well enough. But damn, what a dropped. I mean, I've been like furious at Howard with some of the guest bookings that he didn't do. I've heard about over the years that got leaked out. The who's good at that? The Steve Brandano, who will come up later, intern show. A lot of times were loose cannons, and the interns didn't give a shit, and they would like reveal guests that were turned down and stuff, and it was like, it would drive me mad knowing like what you knew about the show that week and stuff. Like, you turned him down for that?
Did the intern show did that precede Back Office Radio, or was it at the same time? Or
ran before it. It actually started when Sirius launched. The intern show started immediately, and it was there with it was another version of the Superfan Roundtable, except it was with interns.
Yeah,
and
which is more relevant.
It was, and they were given license to unleash, and you found out who the creeps were and stuff. We're gonna hear a master creep coming up during this. I just found you and I, David, talked about we talked about Andrew Cuomo, how Tim Miller called him a sex pest.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's the whole Stern staff. We'll get to the sex pest. So this is the last thing on Michael Madsen. This is a roast at the Friars Club, which David has belonged to for about 80 years.
Yes.
That is your dream, David, to belong to this club.
Open
you
for,
love this place.
Absolutely. Open for Ida Greenback's Shecky Green.
That's right. You and Ida sitting at the same table at the Friars Club.
on the dais, right, yeah.
And somehow you're in black and white, and the rest of it's in color. You're the house band at the Friars Club.
I'm just a piece of canvas that's all black and white and grainy, and everyone else is in vibrant 3D.
You're in 140 pixelization, and everybody else is in
I'm a kinescope.
Here is there's a Quentin Tarantino roast, and Howard decides to go to this, and it's during the week, and it's because of Buchwald. Buchwald can get him to go to this, and it's high profile enough. He doesn't do anything. And somehow during this, Sal and Richard are tapped to write jokes for some of the celebrities roasting. I don't know, some weird, and I guess it's through Buckwald. There's like a synergy with the Friars Club and the Stern Show. And the worst thing about the Friars Club is they never film this stuff.
Right.
So they keep it like in-house, and you miss all this good shit. I remember there was a Trump roast that got Artie in a feud with Trump because
That's
Artie roasted Trump and he made a Borgata joke, and Trump couldn't handle Artie making a Borgata joke.
You shouldn't treat people that way.
The N-word. And that's a good, if we ever do a Trump show with here, that's a good one, Artie. All he made is a little throwaway, innocuous Borgata joke. And, Trump, I don't know, was 6 bankruptcies, and that was one of them. And he just a cute little Borgata joke, and it set him off like crazy. And Artie
Kiss my ass.
Artie's set actually got recorded.
Okay.
And it's not for this show, but I couldn't believe it.
Well,
somebody had a camera going.
I mean, when Gilbert roasted Howard's parents, was that the Howard TV crew filming it at the Friars Club, or
Yes.
Okay.
It was. That was Howard. That's exactly what it was.
So it takes the Howard TV crew to get any of this. There's such 90-year-olds in the Friars Club that they don't understand that there's like handheld camcorders now to actually film this stuff.
This was 2004, so it wasn't Howard TV. It was it might have been someone from the E! Show, but it might have been somebody else entirely, because it's a weird footage when you see it. And it came out like years later. It didn't come out when it came out, when the roast actually happened. I remember Artie. He had Trump on, and Artie was talking about doing the roast at the Friars Club. And I'm like, I gotta see this. I've got to see this. And then just like, oh, we didn't film it.
To quote unquote work, which means I went to take a nap, but I couldn't sleep. The wind was so strong in New York City that the building was creaking, and my office was creaking so loud it kept me up.
Really?
Yeah, and then you and I went over to the Friars Club, or wherever that was. Where were we?
The Hilton.
Artie's off the show at this point by a couple of months.
Oh.
So Artie gets fired about 3 months before this.
I didn't even know I'm out of it. But we went over to the Hilton Hotel for the Friars Club roast of Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
I would never go to something like that, but my agent, Don Buckwald, loves the Friars Club. He's a friar. And he loves it so much that he invites me every year, and it's kind of important for him to trot me around, I think.
I know, Pellel's so right. Sal, you can get. Sal's a really good joke writer for a roast. Richard, I have no idea what they would see in him when you could hire a zillion good joke writers around in New York.
Yeah,
I agree 100%, Pellel. Or you, Pellel, would be a great roaster.
Yeah, I've never thought of the phrase, the poison pen of Richard Christie. He's not the wittiest man in the world.
Apparently, James Gunn, has a relationship with Richard Christie. Remember, he was in Guardians of the Galaxy too.
Yeah, that's right.
Says that he based the Kents in the new Superman movie on Richard's parents. That is not bad.
Yeah.
He's from Kansas. The Kents are from Kansas. Jonathan Kent is a lot like Mr. Richard Christie's dad. That's not bad, actually.
I just hate that they get any kind of homage.
I do too. I do too. Gas their head. The last thing they need is their head gassed up anymore. I agree with that.
Yeah, he thinks it's very important for you to be there.
For him, not for me.
No, not for you.
Right.
For him, for the Friars.
For the Friars Club. And it's nice. My wife likes it.
It's fun.
To give people just a little on the Buckwald client list, forget about Epstein. The Buckwald client list. Lest you think Howard's heterosexual, both Angie Everhart and Robin Givens are Buckwald clients.
Yeah.
Do the math. Do the math.
Yeah, it was a gig through the agency to date him.
I mean, it is fun.
I understand, according to the paper, Jerry Lewis, who was the last to go.
Yeah, this is weird. I didn't hear this. When Artie left the show, I was so checked out. Apparently Jerry Lewis is looking for Howard at this, and he's like ducking him. He's afraid of and I know you and Jerry Lewis go back, David.
Oh, yes. In the paper, Jerry Lewis, who was the last to go. I actually wasn't being rude.
No.
Pat Cooper said
he was supposed to be the closer.
I waited for Pat Cooper to get done. He was the closer. And so I just said, it's 3 o'clock already. I'm going to leave. I mean, I can't stay any longer. But, of course, as I'm leaving and I get up to leave, and the place had over 2,000 people in it, Samuel L. Jackson screams out, Howard, stop. What are you doing? Jerry Lewis is coming on.
Jerry doesn't want you to go.
Yeah. Did he say that?
Yeah.
Jerry didn't want me to go.
Jerry is coming. He wants you to wait.
Jerry doesn't want me.
There's nothing better than a gregarious legend like Samuel Jackson putting Howard on the spot in front of everybody. That's watching him walk, and he's 6'8", and the fucking tendrils, going everywhere. He's trying to make an exit. That would be great if he did that at the Knick game when he tried to walk out in the third quarter.
Yeah, put him on, text the guy who runs the Jumbotron.
Put him on the Jumbotron. Yeah. Howard's leaving. I mean, Van Gundy brought attention to it, which is great. But if they really, really put him on Front Street during the game.
Yes, he did. This is what he said.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
I figured Jerry wanted me to leave.
No, Jerry wanted you to hear him.
It just turned into... What were some of your unused jokes? Quentin Tarantino.
Well, one was Quentin wanted. I had one about Kathy Griffin that I really liked. I said to Kathy, "There's a few things I'd like to say to your face, but I couldn't find your plastic surgeon's garbage pail."
That's not bad.
Yeah, I had.
That sucks.
That's not funny at all.
It's not good at all. No, even saying it in that context, Bon. I was thinking the same thing you did when I made this clip yesterday.
Sal is only good when the roast pertains to Howard Stern people.
Oh, I know. He take him out of that, the auspices of the Stern Show, right? And I don't think it works. I agree with that.
That's
sucks.
because he has so much emotion and bitterness about the staff that he can channel actual comedy.
A bitterness.
And then you want to know why she has a black kid. I mean, how's that happen?
Whoa. How much does Sal sound exactly like Ross Zapin if you put their voices together? They're really tough to tell apart.
If you went A, B and cut them back and forth, I think it would be difficult to tell. But same with his bitterness toward Beth. I think that, we give Sal maybe too much credit as a insult comic because the insults he hurls at the Stern people resonate with us. We agree with them.
And like Bon said, there's a bitterness. He's going after someone that he either wants their job or he thinks he's going to get closer to Howard or whatever it is. Yeah, it's a vitriolic, bitter passion comes out when he roasts anybody involved in the Stern Show.
I really think his sort of roasting of Beth the entire time she's been in that universe is because he knew it would distinguish him from all the kiss asses who just said she's beautiful.
It was the only way to stand apart. It really was.
Right. And to get just closer in proximity to, Laura Lackner, the final key to the relationship,
Yes, MIA. Jackie was at the roast and Howard didn't talk to him, I don't think. So he is, he's a huge Friars guy, of course.
Was Jackie's joke hunt still on the air at this point?
Yes. It made it till about, I want to say 2011 or 12. Jackie tells a story about how it got whacked, and he was like, "It's just ridiculous. I'm making $400 a week. Yeah. Why would you take my show off? I mean, what am I? What would even that mean?" Buckwell built it in beards. Richard is the only. And now Richard.
I don't want attraction. That's it.
Only phony phone calls.
Robin Givens is a triple threat. She's a model, actress, and beard.
There really is a thing as a professional beard. I mean, it is a thing.
Oh yeah.
A brutal one on Uma. What'd you have?
Yeah, Nick is right. Howard added a syllable to Samuel Jackson, I got you. I mispronounced your name.
Right.
What a zinger. I over-enunciated your name, Samuel. You'll never work again.
Uma was in a movie, My Super Ex-Girlfriend. She had superpowers.
Right.
I go,
yeah, this is horrible, Bon. This is a shit joke, too. This is worse.
Right.
I go, too bad you didn't have a superpower that would prevent your baby's superpowers.
Right.
Is obviously in Quentin Tarantino movies, and she's there, and he makes a shitty joke.
Movie, My Super Ex-Girlfriend, she had superpowers.
Right.
I go, too bad you didn't have a superpower that would prevent your babysitter from fucking your husband.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I think,
What a terrible joke.
And Howard only says that's good because,
It's
again,
vicious.
It's vicious, and it sort of puts some sort of like layer of scandal on these much more famous people, so that he thinks he still comes out looking good because at least I'm not, having an affair with a babysitter or something.
Of course. Crazy Robin's a great point too. That's Howard's way of being noticed. Like if he gets up early, he gets to do the
Such a
cool
good
move. I
point.
left early, and he gets noted. It's a really good point. That's a way for him to separate himself. Look, I left early.
It gets people talking about him because they're wondering where he is.
Guy, he left early. Can you believe that? Wow, we must be so beneath him. He left early.
He has other places to be.
Sal's bitter and jealous of everyone, Tamfran, including you, especially you, and your pharmaceutical prowess. Tamara could give Sal what's the hair pill again?
Oh, Rogaine?
No, the other one.
Oh,
shit!
I don't know, Arm. I don't need it.
Propecia.
Nice.
Propecia. You don't, David.
Propecia,
You could provide a hairline to the entire LA Philharmonic. 5% of your hairline.
It's always a brotherhood type of thing.
That's right, Tamara.
I do, but I agree with Chubby Pickle. By the way, I do love Found Howard's Money. That's
brilliant.
Always,
FHM Found Howard's Money.
Oh, she was married to Ethan Hawke.
Yeah, he fucked the babysitter. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. Who'd you give that to? What celebrity?
I wrote them all
and
gave it to the director. He distributed them.
Right.
And that's it. But all these guys came up like Keitel, Michael Madsen. Holy cow.
That was a wreck.
He had the delivery of a stroke victim.
No, but he was kind of funny because he was
Sal just stole a joke from Nick DiPaolo.
Yep.
Delivery of a stroke victim. That's a Nick DiPaolo joke on the show itself.
No. He stole it. He stole it from.
He was barely breathing.
I enjoyed, actually.
He was funny just because he was so high.
He was a funny train wreck. Michael Madsen.
Oof.
Who was like Tom Sizemore.
Yeah.
I want to say, the only thing moving slower in Madsen's career is the stream of piss coming out of Jerry Lewis's dick.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
What?
God.
And Madsen, even no matter what year you're talking about, Madsen's career is better than 10 actors who did that show at the time.
Yeah.
And it's just every joke was. Could you imagine how much that would bomb saying that out loud? Those are horrible jokes. They're not accurate. Even in their mean-spiritedness, don't work in that setting.
Well, also, even as Sal is recounting them, he has the kind of, pre-laugh smile in his voice.
He pre-digested the laughs for Howard there, absolutely.
Yeah. So it's
imagine being a billionaire, you can't sleep in at 70 years old, and he just likes torturing Beth with 4 a.m. wake-up calls. I agree with that. Everything is a mind fuck. Sells a ton of Friars. Yeah. Now, the next thing, I could leave it up to you guys. Rest in peace, Michael Madsen. We will see you on the Deppening, where you will have a Johnny Depp-related send-off. The next thing, because we brought up Pat Cooper, and it's just a one and done, this is the earliest days of Sirius. Pat Cooper had been banned from the show. And he ambushed, I love this. He ambushes the wrap-up show. And this is crazy, too. And David, I'm going to send you and Bon both like the 06-07 wrap-ups because they're not, Mark's friggin' doesn't chronicle them.
Mm-hmm.
And you go through and you suss out and ferret things that you would just never knew. And so I somehow found this. I don't know how I found it. Pat Cooper ambushes the wrap-up show in 06. This is like March. Yeah. And in the wrap-up show, it is not just John Hein, but it's Artie, it's Robin, it's Fred, and Gary. It's everybody but Howard. And Pat's there. I don't think he did Opie and Anthony. Maybe he did do it. And he's run down the hallway, and their old wrap-up show is separate from the studio. They had it like in where the commoners had to go in the small little studios, and so Pat sees them and he runs in and he starts screaming at them about Howard, and they're talking about how Pat made cracks about the kids and stuff. This is just fantastic, and he just it just does not get enough.
We're back with the morning wrap-up show. Call Gary and John now at 888-STERN-100. That's 888-STERN-100.
So I'll set it up again. Fred, Artie, Robin, Gary, John, Hein are in this studio. This is a rare thing. Everybody but Howard. Wow. And you hear Pat screaming in the hallway, like coming in.
Welcome back to the wrap-up show. We have a very special guest who just joined us. He's got
because you turn around.
Everything.
I never hurt you. I never hurt you.
Well, come sit down and talk on mic, Pat.
And you go bad.
Pat Cooper, people.
I don't give a goddamn who I am.
How you doing, Pat? Good to see you. Very good to see you.
Let me tell you something. Anybody can be tough when they got the microphone and I can't answer.
So Pat is commenting on Howard's shitting on him when he's been banned from the show.
Right.
So back in the day, he would always have him on and stuff, but he's shit talking him when he's not there. And so Pat's going, now I get the mic.
Right.
Anybody can be tough when they got the microphone and I can't answer. Now I got the microphone and I'm going to tell Howard Stern he's full of shit. Let's start with that. He turns around and says, I can't handle fame. I left the Howard Stern show because Howard Stern made an ass of himself when he started fighting with Opie and Anthony.
Now, bringing up Opie and Anthony to that is really the first real big red flag name before there was a red flag list. Like, those guys were persona non grata in a way that Chauncey is now. I mean, the stuff with Buckwald, they've been on every ambush of his kids, from Debra and the Jingle Ball with the Ecstasy and Emily Stern. They're responsible for Emily Stern and the Madonna play. Their fans went there and recorded it, and that became a huge thing. So bringing them up is really, like, that's just napalm.
Himself when he started fighting with Opie and Anthony. And when he makes Opie and Anthony become big kids, beat his ass in, I said, it's time for me to go away. Because Opie and Anthony, he made them millionaires. You know what Howard made me? 30.
You hear the crickets when he said it? There was a pause there for them to jump in, and everybody's like, oh.
Because no one wants to be on the record with even some sort of like reaction, like a laugh or a gasp or a, they
even a follow-up question.
Yeah.
I think Gary right now, if there's anybody that will do it, it's probably Gary's struggling to, how does he chime in here? And he'll filibuster. He'll filibuster. We'll try to, squeeze in.
Gary is trying to walkie-talkie the snipers on the roof right now.
Pat's Chubby Pickle goes, Pat goes from 0 to 100.
He's the
ASAP.
best.
It's so true. I mean, nobody can do that better.
You know what Howard made me? $35 a week.
Wow.
That's the fucking difference. People who help them, he don't help. But
you know what that is? That's cab fare. So they gave him cab fare. That is. So I think Pat would say, Pat lived, I think, on the Upper West Side. He said, I'll just take cab fare to do the show. And I think that's what he's describing.
He helps fucking Opie and Anthony.
But I don't understand.
Gary, I never heard from you.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Because he's telling everybody I left because I can't handle fame. That's bullshit.
No, that's not true. That's not what he
ever said.
No, he never said that.
He said it a couple of weeks ago. Don't tell me.
He said that's one aspect of your personality is that you can't handle fame, but that's not why you left the show.
Let me explain something. I left the show not in anger. I don't hate nobody. What aggravates me...
Pat, you said some pretty brutal things about Howard and his family.
No, I left.
But you said some very mean things about Howard and his daughters.
No, I never. That's a lie.
Sure you did.
We have tape. That's a lie.
But you did.
No, I never said a word after I left.
You said, in fact, the exact quote, serious, Pat, it was something like, Howard's daughters should go to his house and get a megaphone and yell that their father's a scumbag.
Never said that.
That's true.
Wait a minute.
Truth hurts. He is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he is.
That's not an ad hominem attack against the girls. It's all about Howard. He kept it clean,
He didn't insult the girls at all. If anything,
Not
it's
at
a
all.
backward compliment. That he's a scumbag and the girls are right in the situation.
they somehow avoided, inheriting that quality.
He went on Opie and Anthony and did a lot of that, and I remember agreeing with it. Was Howard Pat's great because he would keep up on Gary keeping his job by fighting back. You're so right, Pillow.
Right.
Pat was obsessed with keeping up on Howard, like while he was still not on the show. So he just has his number like in every way, and he was so ahead of us, with the criticisms he had. He was just seeing through it. I mean, he goes back to the 90s with his critiques that were spot on, that we never gave him credit for back then.
I just a parenthesis, like, I remember in the 90s, like during one of the Howard yelling at Gary bits, Gary said Gary took credit for bringing Pat Cooper to the show because Howard sort of didn't know who he was. And, Howard said, like, of course I knew where it was. I listened to his albums all the time. But I tend to believe Gary, where it's like Howard doesn't know that Sour Shoes would be good for the show. He doesn't know Pat Cooper would be good for the show. He doesn't know that Michael Madsen would be good. So Pat is another one that, like, probably barely made getting on the show. And he just blew the doors off the place in that first interview that, but Howard had to be told. He doesn't have his own taste,
No, Jackie was responsible for a lot of things, even not just the jokes, but yeah, there were recommendations of people. I think that's how they found fucking Bob Levy, through Jackie.
Yeah. Okay.
There's tons of, yeah, and Pat was one of them. Jackie was the Pat Cooper fan.
Right.
Hey, grandkids.
Do you remember saying anything?
Wait a minute. On my grandkids.
Okay.
I would never mention his daughter.
But you did mention his daughters.
No. What I said about his daughter years ago, I said, I hope your daughter marries Kinniston. That was a joke.
No.
It's a great joke. That's a great joke. It really is when you turn the stuff on Howard, when you volley it back at him. I want your daughters to. Would you let your daughters date Sam Kinison?
First of all, if Howard's allowed to do that to Kathy Lee Gifford, why is Howard is allowed to? Howard was doing actual ad hominem attacks on Kathy Lee's kids.
Not only that, but that translated them getting like harassed in public. That's Rosie O'Donnell too.
Rosie O'Donnell, yeah.
Yeah, that got taken out of the radio. Yeah, that was way more vicious. You heard what fucking Craig Gass said last week with his son, Steve Dahl's son, and wishing cancer on him, and his little league team was getting harassed by Howard's fans.
Who's the radio personality who, like, their kid had Down syndrome and Howard was like,
the guy from upstate, Opie's friend from upstate. Oh,
and
God.
Howard was doing like a hacky, like, Down syndrome voice to make
his kid. That was bad shit. That's Opie's friend from upstate.
I forgot his name.
Oh, I never said bullshit. No, that's bullshit. I'll stand by my word. You show me that on fucking tape. I never said that.
You know what?
That's disgusting.
I will try to find it for you, Pat.
That's disgusting. I would never
we
say
thought so too. That's why.
What did I get to do with his daughter? A bag of horse shit.
No, you felt that his daughter should.
All about?
No, you felt that his daughter should be ashamed of him.
That's bullshit. I never would say that about a person's daughter. What the fuck?
I would own that.
I didn't.
They should be ashamed of him.
Yeah,
and. Go ahead.
Pat, I'm sorry. Pat should own that. Like that is very easy to disabuse Gary. That's somehow a slam on his daughter. That's a slam on Howard, and as you say, like a backward compliment to the daughters that they have some better grip on how to be a decent human being than their father.
If Pat wants to lean into it, I don't know what he has to gain by not owning. Because he's spot on. There's this Brother Wheeze. Yeah. Thank you, Fine Chug. Brother Wheeze. That's Opie's friend's name. Howard. That was bad news. I couldn't find. Again, I'm gonna have to really. It's not listed in Mark's friggin' when I was looking for Brother Wheeze mentions, and I know he did it. And I just couldn't find the specific thing Opie was talking about. I looked for that for a really long time. That's something I could aspire to finding down the road. But Pat could say he's got this classy Italian thing in him. So he's like this duality of he will just attack you and tear you a new one and kick the shit out of you verbally, and then he'll turn into this class, old school Italian 2 seconds later. He's kind of almost bipolar in that way.
Well, I also think when someone like Gary levels at you that you attacked someone's daughters, Pat maybe isn't thinking it through to realize oh, wait a minute, I'm not attacking them at all. I'm attacking Howard.
He's not sterilizing himself. Yeah, he's just in the moment. He's which is really what Howard made his hay on.
Right.
Just not even, Chris Rock gave Howard a backward compliment once. He said, if I was on the air for 4 hours a day, I would be, pissing off a lot of people too. Eventually you would just grab onto anything that was there. But that's a whole other level with Howard.
Yeah.
And it's coming from a very genuine place, a very bitter, genuine place.
Well,
a very,
it's also
like,
coming
Schadenfreude place.
Yeah, well, Schadenfreude is the easiest thing to do when you have no life experience. That's the other thing. Pat actually probably lived a very rich, kind of interesting life before he even knew Howard, so he could absolutely go off as he's doing right now. And, it doesn't have to be unprompted attacks like Howard does,
No,
Pat
Pat's
is
the
just
classic example of, like, old school Italian from that sort of World War II generation that had a horrible childhood, and he turned it into, like, artistic anger into comedy.
Right.
Like, it was just like genuinely like a really shitty childhood.
Yeah.
And there's the only thing you could do is channel that into some kind of artistic anger.
Yeah.
People in show business creating rules of engagement about making fun of people just shows how deluded and self-important all these people really
Very
think
true.
they are. It's very
Very
true.
true.
Say it. Well, then, all right, let me tell you.
All right,
You
but anyway, how
take
you-
the tape.
Okay,
You show me that I said that.
I don't have it.
I had to be fucking dead or drunk, but I would never say it, Gary.
think
Here's
there's
what
some
pisses me off.
revisionist
Here's what
history
pisses me
going
off.
on here.
If let's assume, all right, we're mad.
Right.
I'm not mad.
Yeah, MIA. That was one of Pat's point of intent. He said it was embarrassing, and in his own way, to be affiliated with a show that would tell on his competition to Mel Karmazin, to have someone, when you're positioning yourself as this king of freedom, free speech, and First Amendment martyr, and you're launching Sirius based on those things, that you can't say what you want, and then you run to censor your competition from Mel Karmazin, that you've contradicted every single thing you're about. And Pat's saying, I'm embarrassed to be affiliated with that. I couldn't agree more. It was really embarrassing.
Yeah.
For us
absolutely.
as fans. For me, it was.
Yeah.
At you.
Right.
I'm not mad at her. I was not mad at anybody. I still talk to Jackie Martling. I mean, what did I lose
You're
my
the one.
friendship?
But we don't talk to Jackie.
What did I lose for Jackie? I lost your friendship. I lost our friendship.
But you were very angry with
I'm
her.
not angry. Full of shit. I'm not angry.
He's the best. Jackie had that was a Vice documentary on Jackie. Or was
Yeah.
it some documentary on Jackie. And during the thing, he said, I had it clipped somewhere. He goes, the people at the Stern Show are the only ones in my entire life that I've ever had a falling out with. He's like, I've maintained friendships and relationships with everybody in my life except these people. Because
Yeah.
they feed on the bitterness of Howard shutting you out.
Yeah.
He said, I've never once had anybody, chill me or ghost me or like these people do.
Yeah, and I gather Jackie is eccentric, but he seems like a really good guy. Like I think it would be very easy to get along with him and to have him even acquaintance level in your life at some point. If it,
Now that you said that, I'm gonna play that after this of a Jackie.
Okay.
COTC.
Who's bullshitting you? Don't put words in my fucking mouth. I mean, listen to me. If I said it, wait a minute. As long as you know
him
me.
back on the show a number of times when this whole
Gary,
thing had blown up.
Gary,
I think
as long as you know me, I've said what was on my mind.
Absolutely, that's what we love about you.
Why would I deny about this? If I said it, I would say I said it. I got no axes to grind. I just want to get one thing straight. I don't hate nobody. I got no reason to hate him. I wish him luck. He did a lot good for me.
You guys know the story about Pat at the Sirius lobby?
I don't.
Write threats. They have a chalkboard down. They have like a dry erase board of some kind of sophisticated like dry erase board.
Right.
And every time he would do Opie and Anthony's show or somebody else's show, he was banned from the Stern Show, but he was allowed to do these other shows when he wasn't on the air. And he would write like insults and threats to Howard on the dry erase board, hoping he would pass it all the time and then sign it on the bottom every time he was there. And he would do it over and over again. And Pat's the type of guy that you don't know what to do with him if you're like security. He's like an old guy, but he has this weird, je ne sais quoi charisma, and you would never confront him as you just let him do whatever he wants. I don't know who I heard that from. Might have been Opie.
Okay.
Pat was doing that.
I was going to
in
say,
the
did they
lobby.
discuss this on the Stern Show, or it was just?
They might have actually brought it up on. I don't. God, it might have been when he made his comeback. Because he comes on the show like 4 months after this. They reel it in. I mean, they're so bereft for guests that they let him back on again. And I think they might have brought that up on there.
Just I
did a lot of.
Sorry, my one Pat Cooper moment I would love to cover on Lotus Notes is he got mad at Young MC in like 1991.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Because Young MC was on tour with Milli Vanilli, and he
I can't believe you remember that.
He didn't come out with the knowledge that they were lip syncing, and Pat Cooper was like furious with him. Like,
Someone his age, like going crazy over Young MC is the funniest dichotomy I've ever heard of in my life.
He was just like, you should have come out with the information, and character would have come back to music, you know.
Oh, lip syncs.
Good for him. I'm not looking to go on his show. I never asked to go on his show. I'm 76. It's fucking over.
But we
Where the
said
fuck
to
am
you
I
for
going?
years,
I'm
Pat,
talking.
that
Don't ever
one
interrupt the
day-
start.
So Pat's 76 in 2006, which makes him, he died 2 years ago, so he's 90. He'd be 95 now.
Yeah.
76 here. Look at the energy at 76.
We will not
I read
be
your book.
friends. One
I
day
read your
we
book.
will not be friends, and it came to pass.
No, I read your book. Cut
What
the
does that
shit.
got
Well,
to-
Pat,
what?
Pat
What?
because you should have never wrote it. Pat, in your opinion, it's the worst book I've ever read. Pat, over here. Read Once Upon a Time. She should have started with that and said the end.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, listen to me.
Pat, in your opinion,
I didn't come here. I didn't know you were unrated. They just dragged me in. Here.
No, we wanted you to.
Crazy Robin, D. Snyder is the perfect example of what you're saying. Like when someone dared try to form a relationship with him, and then Howard could not wait to be more famous. And as soon as D. Snyder dropped in, relevance, he dropped him like a WB sitcom, right, David?
Right.
Like the seventh season of Everwood.
Yeah. Dropped him like season 8 of Seventh Heaven. Yeah.
Seventh Heaven season has been will no longer be to air a Paul McCartney tribute in its place.
Hosted by Michigan J. Frog.
Apologize to you for breaking up your radio thing. I didn't mean
No,
to.
we wanted you here.
But I want you to know
in
one
your
thing.
opinion, what do you think it would? Did you stop talking to us, or did we stop talking to you? In your opinion,
I stopped talking, and this is what I did. I said, something, I'm not going to do the show no more. And I believe you will.
Yes, and my Pat comes back with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Like 3 months after this or something like that.
Is that the woman he married her and she kind of was with him because he had Alzheimer's by the end, right?
Yeah. He was ticking in with it pretty. The last 3 years or something, I think, is when he kind of developed those things, and I guess it's 95 and stuff. But Jesus, he was here. He's 76. He's 3 years younger than Trump is now.
Right.
Here.
I said, something, not to do the show no more. And I believe you or one of your friends that called me. I said, I'd rather not do it anymore. I didn't explain why. I got no animosity toward this man. I wish he makes $90 billion. That doesn't bother me. I wanted to get one thing
billion.
straight. I turn around.
Oh, bullshit! It doesn't bother you, Pat. Bullshit! That doesn't bother you.
I don't know about.
He knows exactly what.
I wanted to get one thing straight. I turn around. I am who I am, and he is who he is. Right? What you just made a statement here. I never said. Never. I never break. The only thing I did say, I said your wife's going to leave you. Geraldo's wife's going to leave him. But that was during the course of the thing. Okay. Those are the things I said.
Did you ever say that Howard was a scumbag?
No.
Pat, you know what? I don't have it in my pocket to find.
Scumbag. When did you ever hear me say the word? I never used that word.
Didn't he start this conversation with calling him a scumbag? She called him a piece of shit in the very beginning of it.
Yeah.
You might as well just admit it.
Just own it. By the way, Geraldo did an episode of his show with like the
Pat's family, right?
Well, just his son, but the show was actually more celebrities that were estranged from their children.
Right.
So like
right.
Jerry Van Dyke and like I forget who the other ones were, but none of the parents except for Pat called in. So Pat was the only one brave enough to like call in and like because he did it on Howard.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Geraldo ripped that off of Howard.
Oh yeah.
That one I do believe was a ripoff.
No question.
Howard. But yeah, Pat was the only one brave enough to call in to Geraldo's show to have it out with his son on the show.
That's so great.
Mostly, I heard
You're a scumbag, but not him.
Mostly, I heard you say it about Geraldo. Geraldo.
Listen, let's leave it the way it is. All I want to know is if you see me on the street, hello, don't hurt.
What
but
were
have
you
I ever passed
angry
you? Wait a
about?
minute. Are you a ventriloquist? I'm talking you. She's answering.
Yeah, but I gotta know why.
They all have this Don Rickles, like he's from
Yeah.
that Don Rickles generation of just like snappy, he's
Yeah.
working, he's doing crowd work all the time.
Oh, God.
The ventriloquist, they love
Wait a
that.
minute. Are you a ventriloquist? I'm talking you. She's answering.
Yeah, but I gotta know why did you leave the show? Because
I left it because when I saw the energy that he made two assholes big stars for no fucking reason.
But how did
at
he
all.
do that? I don't understand.
Opie and Anthony, he said, don't you talk to me. I won't talk to you. You're taking my material. I said, he's taking your material, Howard. How the fuck he take your material? There's only one you, Howard. Why do you make assholes get you angry? You can't play in my yard. You got the ball. That's bullshit. So you know what I said? All his energy on two assholes. Why not use the energy on people who do his show more?
How great is it? He's coming, I think, from Opie and Anthony's show, and he's calling them assholes.
Yeah, right.
5 minutes later on here. And this is great stuff. And Gary's playing stupid that's right, Crazy Robin. Gary's lies are disgusting. Gary's pretending he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's easy to say. Giving attention to Opie and Anthony is how they made their hay. So he's saying that them feuding with Howard, because he had them silenced, it made them stronger because it makes them look like they want. It makes them look like they're the ones that are the arbiters of free speech.
Well, and it also makes them look like they have the real dirt on Howard. Like,
yes,
like that Howard isn't going to come out against them with any of their. I really think it is kind of a post-divorce. Like we were talking about, like Howard's so afraid of losing any more money. So now it's like he can't go after his competition. He can't shadow box his competition anymore because
Howard's idea was like, if I'm giving them attention, but they got the attention from not bringing him not bringing them
right.
up. It actually was better that he didn't bring them up because it was people like, well, what? God, that's even worse. He went behind your back and he's afraid to talk about you. It actually made them stronger. Pat's right.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is that in the mid 90s, all three of the girls are still underage. They're still kind of, just calling in when Richard Simmons is on the air to sing Debbie Gibson songs. So, they're cute kids. And now they're taking on their own autonomy as adults, and they're doing things in public that now the Howard imitators can go after his kids, because it's like, hey, they're grown-ups and they're putting themselves in the public eye, so we can go after them. Emily specifically with the play.
There was so much stuff. I mean, not just the Madonna play, but like Howard would, and this is stuff Howard never brought up on the air. This is the funniest thing in the world. Howard would announce and he would brag about doing Letterman to promote Sirius. And Opie and Anthony's fans, they call them pests, and they had planned to, obviously, at this point, we all knew Howard lived on West 67th and Columbus. It's right. I mean, you were there, David, Lincoln Square. Yeah. It's not a place you hide, right? It's like right in ground. I mean, that is right epicenter, David. People traffic and shit. ABC is across the street, for Christ's sake. Well, and yeah, the limo. They waited for the limo to leave. So Letterman tapes, I think it's like 5:30. They waited for Howard's limo to pull out, surrounded the limo at a red light, and then slapped an Opie and Anthony bumper sticker on Howard's limo. And he had to drive with it. And they were walking with him the entire time he was in the limo. Like, traffic's so bad at that time that you could actually walk with a car. That he the lights, there's just so many lights and there's so much traffic. And then he had to like take it off when they got to Letterman. They actually slapped a bumper sticker on his limo.
That's great. I love that.
It's more better than those two fucking assholes. Why make them millionaires? Why? Because he made them stop.
I don't think that was his intention. Yes, you have no idea why he took the attitude toward them that he did.
They were stealing my material.
But that's what he said.
Does Howard Stern own Does Howard Stern own the bow?
You see, Robin is afraid to bring up Emily.
Yeah, right.
Because that's the huge, huge motivation. And if Robin was hip to the fucking Debra Stern thing 5 years prior, which I'm not sure she ever was. I don't know if to this day if she knew that, but that's she's clearly talking about Emily right there.
Yeah, and she probably is already feuding with Emily, so she doesn't want to like double down on Emily not talking to her anymore.
I wonder what that feud is at this point. I have that in the folder too.
Well,
Does Howard Stern say, I owe you? Who the fuck does this man think? He's not Jesus Christ.
And what should he have done for you? What should he have done for you?
Give me a fucking break. This man don't walk on fucking water.
What should he have
bleeds
done
like
for
everybody
you
else.
that he did not do?
I never said scumbag. I'm going to tell you that now.
All right,
You bring the tape up if you listen to me.
It might not be a tape.
This is a vicious fight that no one knows about because it was buried on the wrap-up show with no Mark's freaking update.
Might be an article. It's one or the other.
No, then I didn't do it. Then somebody put it without
The best part is he's trying to walk out, and you can hear him off mic, and he comes back again, and that's.
What didn't he do for you
First
that
of
he
all,
should have done?
You haven't lost your looks.
Thank you.
And I love your tattoo on your tit. It was very good tattoo. All right, listen, I'm going to leave you alone.
All right. It's a little more than that, but that's good enough. That's a vicious fight, for, bringing the kids up. That is verboten on that show. You'll never hear it. And I don't think Howard played it. I don't know if he brought attention to it or whatever, but he knew about it when it was happening. I'm sure he got all these updates.
Sure.
I'm sure Ralph was calling him and stuff.
Right.
So we brought up Jackie, and speaking of Jackie, I've been meaning to play this for a long time. I found this sort of by lucky accident, looking for something else. This is Jackie's last days on the show, and he makes it known that he hates Benji's guts. Benji's sitting next to him trying to take his job, and Jackie's throwing a party. This is like, nobody dislikes Jackie, and he doesn't dislike anybody but Benji. And he's sitting next to him, and he lets this known. They're all in there.
There's something weird going on. I heard you guys talking a little bit about Jackie's party tonight.
What party? I wasn't invited.
Jackie's got a party tonight, but it's sort of...
This is like summer of... Jackie's got about 3 months left on the show, if that.
Okay.
Weird because everybody at this place has been invited except for one person.
Yeah.
And it's really tearing that person up, I think.
That's not true.
Do you invite Benji?
I didn't invite Benji, but I drew the line in front of... I'm only allowed to bring like 50 or 60
there was a
people.
line.
I understand that Jackie handed out invitations in front of Benji.
And didn't give him one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's mean.
All the E guys, everyone on the show. Yeah, he drew the line. He gave it to the E guy.
So just to give people a little hip of... I'm sure a lot of people know. Maybe some people don't. It's not like it's common knowledge. Jackie's on his last days of the show. Howard, to make Jackie look expendable because he's negotiating with Sirius, he wants about $1 million a year, and he should get it because he knows what Howard's syndication markets are, is saying, oh, look, anybody can do your job. We'll just slap in this tubby fucking carcass intern next to you and can write something similar to you.
Right.
Now, I know there's a noticeable drop-off in anything funny Howard said in years, thanks to Jackie. And so Jackie he sits next to Jackie, and he's trying to, like, the visual of it or the optics is trying to make Jackie look like, oh, I have no leverage. Anybody can do this. And Jackie knows what he's up to, and these are his last days, and he's not having it. And he's also not a Buckwall client.
Benji is the Richard Grieco of the Howard Stern show.
I can't believe you remember that story that Stephen Williams told about when they brought Grieco in to make the.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
It's a warning shot. Yeah.
The line was at Benji.
And also, number one, I couldn't invite Howard. You had to draw a line when you had your.
And Jackie's line was Benji.
Right. And number two,
But who else is
Friar's Club and throwing up on somebody?
Who else didn't make it into the party?
Friends. I could have 60 people.
So they're saying, back then, anytime Benji was invited to something, he's such an attention whore with this stupid shtick that he's like throwing up and, in people's houses.
Right.
And he's screaming. He's just like completely, just in a way that's not even funny. It's just attention seeking, and it's not even. He's ruining.
He's at scores using a cookie wrapper as a dental dam. Like,
exactly.
He's doing bullshit stuff. Yeah.
Exactly.
Did Anne-Marie make it?
Huh?
Did Anne-Marie make it?
Yeah.
Did Casey make it?
Nice.
Yeah.
I
didn't invite the interns.
Yeah.
Wow.
How about
Jackie shared an agent missing in action with I believe Ray Romano. I think he had the same agent as I want to say it was Rory Rosegarden.
Yeah, that's right.
He was like, I think his name's in the credits of Everybody Loves Raymond too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want Benji there throwing up on somebody saying that's what you're supposed to do at a party.
Well, do you see, Benji, your behavior...
You did not want to invite.
He's already
But that had something to do
Your
with
behavior affected your invite.
That has something to do with where I draw the line. Sure.
If you know, Jackie can invite whoever he wants. That's
exactly.
That's
Thank you, Benji. That's
his business, and although, if you say, did it hurt my feelings or not? Yeah, I'm curious.
So because you know what, the line was really just you, because everyone else is invited.
No, that's like when he was handing out flyers, it was like to everyone right there, and even like the invitations on flyers, like Jack would go up to people like, I especially want you to come, and he was handing them out to everyone though.
Right in front of you.
You think it was to hurt you?
No. But I think even like to the delivery food guy, I think I saw him handing out flyer and everything.
The delivery food guy?
I'm pretty sure.
I know the guy pretty well.
No, but I mean,
the
he has
garage attendant.
I've been in New York and I proved. Thank you. No, anyone here has a right to have their outside social life and to invite whoever they want.
That's
but
so
not do
sweet
it.
of you.
But not do it right in front of you.
To leave out someone, you have to hate them a lot to especially leave them out.
Gary didn't invite Tom to his wedding.
That was a mistake. I didn't do it on purpose, and I certainly didn't,
do it on purpose
to embarrass him.
But what'd you do? You drew a line.
No, I didn't draw a line at Tom. I literally forgot to invite him.
Howard, you didn't invite John to your daughter's bar mitzvah.
I drew a line that just said...
Yeah, but Howard...
because it's a completely different line. Me, Robin, you, Fred, and Gary. That was it.
Yeah, but I'd be invited.
That's really interesting. Not just John not getting invited to Howard's thing, but Tom Chiasano not going to Gary's wedding. We saw the footage of his wedding, and Tom isn't there. I didn't even realize that.
Well, what that says to me is that Howard has trained his people to not see Tom as an authority figure. And, so Gary is probably so under the, cult of personality of Howard, where he thinks like, what? I don't have any boss besides Howard Stern.
Yeah, we don't have to kiss his ass and invite him. It doesn't do anything for us.
Right, exactly.
That's exactly right. That's a great synopsis by you. Howard likes to torture and demean Jackie. Crazy Robin's right. Benji is not funny, period, says Crazy Robin. PC23, I always hated Benji. Been lying about his age and the whole, that's a good, that lying about his age, and Steve Langford went after him. That is bizarre. And it's great how tenacious Langford was with it. Benji's, I'll give you
Benji was old when he got on the show.
He's 58 now. He's 58. Yeah. He's a 30-something-year-old intern. Benji was born in 67. He's 58 now.
God, I can't believe that. That's
Swear to God. Meanwhile, Howard treats Benji like shit to this day, kicking him to the curb in the studio. Plus, made head right.
Well, but he deserves that.
He deserves every bit of it. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, to hang on and cling to this show for dear life. It is amazing. I mean, everybody for years and years, and I think his sister has a lot to do with it. How the hell he stays employed on this show?
Next business.
What?
I was just going to say, like, I don't feel bad when anything happens to these people at the hands of Howard, because they deserve, these people deserve each other. They
really do. It's impossible. You can't root for anybody on this show.
Right. Exactly.
It's a toxic.
Do you sit next to Benji every day? Do you sit next to Benji every day?
Yeah, I don't talk to him. But he's a guy. The guy wants my job. What do you want me to do?
And it's okay for you to not invite him.
All right, so
you hear that? The guy wants my job. What do you want me to do? I hate.
And that's why I love Jackie, because like where Fred would be cagey about trying to say something controversial like that, Jackie's not going to play into Howard's sort of. Jackie's not going to be a dancing marionette for Howard's amusement, where Howard thinks he's making Jackie uncomfortable by putting him in a situation where it's like, oh, are you going to say something bad about Benji? It's like, you're damn right I am. Like, good for Jackie.
Oh, totally. And don't think I glossed over dancing marionette.
Maze and an emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
Byzantine marionettes.
It's okay for you to not invite him.
Benji,
all right, so I can
but it is odd. It is odd that he was right. He's right there. When you say what the cutoff is, the Gizamundos work around the corner.
You had all of us to your apartment. Did you invite Benji?
I didn't have all of you to my apartment. That's a lie.
But you drew a line. You have to draw a line.
But you're admitting you don't like Benji.
Yeah, your line is everyone but Benji.
I don't want Benji coming to the Friars Club and doing some asinine stuff.
Yeah, I don't want Benji at my house.
Okay.
I admit that.
And this is like going to my house to me.
You're assuming, just like the
Housey football, I agree, 100%. I hate Benji more than any of them. I'm right with you. He's completely unfair. It really is just. I just hate everything about him. I agree with you.
Can I make another observation? That Stuttering John didn't go to whatever daughter's bat mitzvah. I wonder if that has something to do with
Alison.
Well, that, but I wonder if Stuttering John was almost like kind of Ross Zabin-ish to the girls
maybe
too. Because do you remember Sara said she on Stern Fan Network had an avatar that was like Emily?
Oh
Deborah's
yeah,
high
we'll
school
get into
picture?
that. Yes, yeah. So Sara used Deborah's high school picture in her avatar on Stern Fan Network, and then Radio Gunk and Dog Shed and stuff. She used it like 3 different, and then Stuttering John was coming on our message board and started hitting on Sara, thinking that she was
the girl in the picture.
Debra Stern's picture. He
high
didn't
school
know what
picture.
Debra looked like in high school. So
Yeah.
John started to DM Sara thinking she was Debra Stern. Because Sara used Debra Stern's picture in her avatar. So naturally somebody would look at that, oh, I guess that's exactly who that is. She's using her own picture. But it was Debra Stern, and John was hitting on Sara under the
impression that she was
that
girl.
that Debra Stern was Sara. So she is.
So I just wonder if, like, maybe not Howard, but I wonder if Alison got a vibe that John was creeping on the girls in some way.
I have not heard, believe it or not, I have not heard that in all this time, but it's very possible. Maybe I didn't catch it, but it's very possible.
Right.
I mean, John's with Susanna at the time. I can't see that being the case.
Yeah,
she would have been with him.
I don't want to
the whole
cast
time.
aspersions.
John got married in 97, and he was married for 7-8 years on the show. I don't know how long he's with Susanna before that. I call 2 or 3 years, maybe.
I grew up at the show. That was like
You
a
just
show
want to be
thing.
embarrassed.
But you're assuming, like, it would be like me assuming, like, if I invited you.
Oh, hey, Johnny Rando. I didn't know that. Jackie plays a bartender on Jessica Biel's Amazon show, The Better Sister, and his acting stinks. I gotta watch that. That is a perfect bartender, actually.
Yeah,
I could totally see that. And his acting stinks, says Johnny Rando, a resident Depp contrarian.
Yeah.
Somewhere that you just start telling black jokes, like jokes about black people and stuff.
And that's
He doesn't know what you're capable of, and quite frankly, no one does. We're not sure if you're mentally ill or what.
It's your bed. You lying.
I know that what Benji did at the MTV show was gross, but I also know that Benji did it because there was a camera there, and Benji did it because.
What about Doug's bachelor party?
Gary,
why did he do that?
That's not true. At my house, I mean, he's done stunts with.
Oh, he has?
What? You remember he was at 3 a.m. screaming, waking the whole house up.
And Gary, this is a media party.
No, you're right.
There's going to be cameras.
You're
There's
right.
going to be all kinds of stuff going on there.
I just know. I heard through the grapevine that he was hurt.
No, he was hurt because Benji told me about it. It's hurt because I would like Jackie to notice.
Well, Howard, Jackie said 2 things. He said he's afraid he's going to puke, and then Jackie said that Benji's trying to steal his job.
Right.
So
he does have some feelings.
Yeah,
I do. I'll say I do.
Wow, who knew?
But I thought you feel. Do you used to feel affectionate toward me at all?
Not.
Now, isn't it amazing? I could hear you like Howard playing stupid. Who knew? He set this entire thing up. He is the architect of everything Benji right here, and he's acting. Who knew? Who knew? And that wasn't done as a sarcasm. It was done as I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, it's the same as like Artie throwing a jewel case at Teddy and being like, "I don't know what happened."
I don't know.
But Jackie's doing the smart thing here, where it's like, listen, I'll say exactly what you want to hear, which is that I don't like Benji, and I do think he's coming after my job. So now we can end the bit, because you don't have to press me. I'm not going to put up some sort of...
Jackie's holding back, too. He knows exactly who put him there. He knows exactly why, and he could go after Howard much more than he's doing here.
That's true, yeah.
Housey football goes, most of the guys there. You could laugh occasionally at something they would say or do. Not Benji. This is not one. I agree with you. Occasionally he would do some stunt on the street that was keep it like 2 times in 30 years ain't cutting it. And it's amazing how compromised and how just innocuously he's so ineffective verbally. It's amazing.
Yeah, I will say occasionally, I've said this before, but like Benji's kind of sub-vocalized laugh, it didn't out and out replace Jackie's background laughter. But occasionally, like, something real would happen on the show that was like not through the sort of kabuki theater.
He would try to give
show.
you some fourth wall. I know I don't know. He gets a lot of credit for dumb shit like that.
He
That's like
would laugh
lowering the bar so much. You've lowered the
I know.
expectation so much that you're reaching for some like dog, something only dogs can hear in the
Right.
background.
He's usually laughing subtly just because Howard missed the point of something, and so blah blah blah.
And they would give him too much credit. Oh, Benji's trolling Howard because he had a cute laugh in the background. And
Right.
yeah, that's where we've lowered the expectations so much that we're looking to compliment that.
Exactly.
Exactly. John, yeah, that's right, MIA. She was pregnant, and that's right. Howard did not go to John's wedding, which was crazy. That is my first tip-off that he was divorced from Alice. He was separated from her all the way back in 97. Because everybody went to that wedding. Ralph, Dominic, Barbara, Robin, everybody went except Howard. It's in the summer, and Allison's friends with Suzanne. They were separated. That's why I didn't go. And
Right.
it would have outed that they were separated.
Even a little. I mean, when I have a party, invite all the interns. I invite
You've
everybody
invited
from
him
the
to your
station.
house,
Yeah,
right?
I've had him many times.
So you know how this
5 times.
Howard, you know how this stings Benji? I'll tell you why. I'm in my office the other day and I just didn't know the date of the party, so I leaned back and I go, Benji, when's Jackie's party? And he goes, I don't know.
Yeah, Dice, the Dice Benji thing is pretty good, Pell Alley. They're like the Dice to the show. Dice was seeing through his Andy Kaufman shtick,
Right.
and it just wasn't having it. And he like threatened to punch him, and he was not capitulating to it at all. And I think Benji tried to kiss him or something, and that whole thing, and that was good. John claimed I should play that at some point down the road. John claimed he already had ring fuses. I didn't know he had PC-23. I didn't know he said that.
We're gonna lock
I
her
wasn't
down.
invited. So things like that.
Benji was
And I
afraid.
didn't know.
Howard,
I had no idea.
Benji was afraid for this to be brought up in the air because he's afraid that he won't be allowed in here because Jackie's, thinks he's taking his job.
Do you really think do you think Benji's taking the job?
I'm exaggerating.
Somewhat, but he really feels that way because that's not the first time he said it.
Really? I've never heard that before.
He said on the air.
God, he's such a liar. God, I can't listen to Howard. As the story goes, as you know, Jackie tells the story a lot now that he knew Howard had positioned Benji that he's every bit responsible for this. Why would he sit him next to him? What would be the point? Unless you're trying to, just present this thing that any old fucking tubby carcass from South Carolina can take your job.
Yeah. And also, the ratings were not slipping, I'm sure, at the end of the 90s. I mean,
no, nothing to do with it.
So
do with
it's not like, there was some sort of proto Pelican Brief where Howard's like, the ratings are slipping and we need new younger writers on here. The show was firing on all cylinders. I don't. There's no reason to, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And all Jackie wanted was what he was worth. And like he says, God forbid you fight for what you think you should be paid. Not on that show though. You can never negotiate anything. It's Jackie's the arbiter of marbles. And he said, this guy's syndicated in 30 markets, and I just want 1/30th of what he gets. If I'm writing everything funny he says, clearly I'm worth 1/30th of that. Nope, that wasn't going to work.
Apparently Billy West wasn't enough of a road sign on the highway of Jackie's career to know that that would not work out.
A few times.
He said it off the air.
I don't feel that Benji's trying to take your job.
I mean, it's funny because Benji made a point of having a conversation with Jackie about it before he even asked if he could be in here. Because
No, that's not true, guy.
He told me he was going to.
Benji was already in here. He already just asked Howard. He went over Jackie's head straight to Howard. Then afterwards, after he got his foot in the door,
okay, he did. They just busted Howard for knowing it. So John did it. He said that they allowed Benji to go over Jackie's head and everybody else's head to go straight to head, which is completely, verboten for everybody else. So how else could you go over his head if Howard didn't give you the green light himself? And then Howard shuts it down. He can't wait because he's got caught in a lie again.
Being here because
no, that's not true, guy.
He told me he was going to.
Benji was already in here. He already just asked Howard. He went over Jackie's head straight to Howard. Then afterwards, after he got his foot in the door,
I know you're the show biographer, John.
I'm just trying to.
And he's trying to play it off like John is just being long-winded,
Yeah, and the audience would go along with it, but like you didn't. Hopefully, you would have known. Oh no, he caught him. Howard's completely in on this, and he just lied to the audience 3 times that he has no idea that Benji's trying to take his job. It's the third. I think I cut some out too.
Well, the other thing too is like I wonder if the audience, because I feel like there was a substantial portion of the audience that was kind of like the F Jackie portion. You know, they don't understand that Jackie is the mechanism that makes the show good. And Howard has painted him to just be this kind of greedy marble counter, you know, he's projecting. And so I wonder if the audience is really looking for a reason to side with Jackie with all the animosity that Howard has created for him and Nancy over the years.
Oh, yeah. How's he feel because Howard replaced Jackie with Benji because he was cheaper and kind of like a rookie? Yeah. But also, you know, they got a full year out of not having that place. So they were bringing in like, you know, the rotating Jackie chair.
Craig Gass.
You know, through Craig, Artie, Craig Gass, Adam Carolla, Fitzsimmons, Dave Chappelle, Jeff Ross. You know, they had to hire a comedian because Howard really knew that he needed someone to do the heavy lifting. And that's when Artie came in. You know, Carolla actually got offered the job first, turned it down, and he should have. And then it went to Artie, and that was the fall of 2001. And that became so they basically took Jackie's salary, would-be salary, and they gave it to Artie and Benji combined.
Yeah.
All right. So you're not going to Jackie's party?
I guess not. I don't know.
All right.
Not invited.
All right. That was a good segment, right? I mean,
I love
that's
that.
something
Good for
that
Jackie.
You know, it was crowbarred at the end of the news. It wasn't like a thing. It was just like Howard was doing the news, and that just kind of came up organically, which would never happen today.
Right.
Yes, good for Jackie, David. You're absolutely right. The next one, God, so many options here. You want to hear a good Benji moment? The only time I liked him?
Sure.
And he hits back on Howard's fake teeth.
I haven't heard this.
Now it's like
You might have heard this, Bon. I mean, it had been around. This is fairly recent in terms of it's like the last 6 years or something. So they're getting Benji's late again, I think, or something, and then Benji just makes a shot at Howard's teeth.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
with a serious face, and then it's all a joke.
But
seriously, I'm seriously
look at my
pissed.
face.
And I got to tell
pissed at you. Do I have any flakes on my face?
I guess he's like making, whatever, blotchy, red, bad comments. Yeah.
Face?
Let me see. Today you're not too bad. You're red, though. You're red. You got pimples all over your cheeks.
Well, you got big fake white teeth.
No. What? Fake white teeth?
Yeah.
Are you fucking high?
Those aren't fake?
Are you? Well, they're capped.
Okay. Well, I notice them.
You're dreading. I'm keeping you afloat. You're the guy not doing. You go out and do something funny, and now you're attacking me and my appearance.
Yes.
You're a strange dude, man.
Right.
I guarantee you wouldn't last on another job anywhere if I didn't have such a high tolerance and have a good good enough sense of humor about me.
Okay.
Sense of humor.
He has no sense of humor about it. He's homonym. The whole thing is he'd just been, shit on for an hour and a half straight. And he says one little thing back to him. And Howard's so used to be this insulated Emperor's clothes bubble. And if you say one thing to him, I remember that was the first time someone had spoken back to him in a really long time. He had been insulated from all of that for a very, very long time.
How much do you want to bet that Benji was going to say big fake hair and he caught himself?
Could have been. He could have been going for the hair. That's true. He had sounds like he was going for something else.
Fat blob. Sloppy.
Okay.
What's the matter with you? Fake teeth. My fucking teeth are better than yours. You can't even see your fucking teeth. I'm too busy staring at the red on your face. Don't come in here all fucking full of fire when you guys don't go out and record something funny. You're not thinking of the show. What are you laughing at?
I don't know. Nervous laughter.
Yeah.
I'm in trouble.
Benji, you got fake teeth. That's a good one. And boy, that was a brilliant comeback.
Right.
You got fake teeth.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, get out.
You talk
get the
about
fuck out of here. I don't even want to indulge
you. Man. You can't take it.
I can't. I can't.
You can't take it.
Here's why you don't get the right.
All the fucking time.
You don't have the right to. Yeah, because you didn't take.
This is a really unique confrontation here. Even in Benji sounds strange. That's as angry or as like revved up as I've heard Benji. There's no shtick there. He's serious.
Right. He does angry shtick, but he's on topic here. And so that leads me to believe that it's genuine, you know.
Tendrils noticed the month. Yeah, I put this collage together. This used to be on one of my 10 YouTube channels. And I put this collage together. I went through like picture after picture just looking for, you know, the fucking veneers. Right. You know, jutting out, and this is on my YouTube channel.
Here's fucking time.
You don't have the right to here. I don't even want to indulge you.
You can't take it.
I can't. I can't.
You can't take it.
Here's why you don't get the right.
All the fucking time.
You don't have the right to. Yeah, because you didn't tape for the show. You don't get the right to make fun of me. Get the fuck
That's
out
my fault,
now.
though. That's not Benji's fault.
It's both of your faults.
He could have said something. He didn't say it.
You can goof on me all you want if you produce.
All right.
But you don't go and do fun. Why are you busting balls on the lottery line? For who? For Richard? You don't get to make fun of me. You do your job. You can make fun of me all you want. I'll get the thickest skin you could use.
Yeah, that'll hold up. I'm sure you'll hold to that. Yeah. That's how it goes.
If I was Benji, I would single-handedly enact every point from that Pelican Brief just to prove Howard wrong.
Oh, God, I cannot believe they don't throw that in his face more. Because he's so. I mean, there's got to be time. I mean, you can't even just like saying "friends of the court" or something, right. Or donuts, or all the nomenclature he uses in that. Right around private parts, missing in action is when he started to experiment with wigs. Yeah. And I think possibly even before that, during the E show, we find so many times it looks like he's wearing, what's the Halloween store, where they sell the Howard wigs?
What's
the heel turn, Brendan? That's exactly right. That's a wrestling heel turn. That's what that sounds like.
But also, like, I don't even buy the Channel 9 hair, the like Marie Antoinette hair.
If you look at it now, it looks right. Like, what are we thinking?
Well, also, Ralph got him in characters Ted Kennedy, and he was wearing a bald cap, and it's like you could not put that much hair underneath a bald cap.
No.
So that
when he's running in Central Park, I know.
Yeah. So anyway.
I found a clip of I guess I'm not going to have time. A hate woman going crazy on Howard for shaving his legs because that picture you're talking about was in one of the magazines. And she goes, "You're shaving your legs now? You're not supposed to be. Russell Crowe, you're fucking Sheryl Crow. But you look like a scarecrow."
All right.
In North Korea, you would have been executed for that comment if you made fun of the Supreme Leader.
Spirit Halloween. That's good enough, Halsey. Yeah, those Spirit Halloween. Yeah. So that's one of the things. Yeah, that's definitely one of them.
That's fun.
Yeah, good. I'm going to send you over there. You can do one of your comedy bits.
I didn't realize I was doing a bit yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
Howard comes from the long line of thick-skinned people. You could see them at the Lampshade Museum in Frankfurt.
It happened really fast.
Up and down.
By the time it was, I mean, if I would have pulled out a recorder, it would have been over.
How do you record yourself shitting, and how do you record baby?
It does.
I see.
It does.
I see. You too.
I know.
Clowns.
I know ahead of time when I'm going to have the shit.
It's weird hearing Benji and Richard Christie teaming up. That's a strange. He doesn't write with those guys. Why is Benji not writing with those like Mehmet and that stupid little troika they have back there?
That's a George and Kramer pairing right there. Oh my God.
Hey Arm, that clip of Mara shading Howard on the radio is great. Who's Mara? Who? Mara. Who's Mara?
I don't know.
M-A-R-A? Mara?
Is it the woman who called in?
Oh, okay. Hate woman. She calls herself Mara? Is that her name, Tendrils? I didn't know that was her name.
Okay.
Does anybody remember the Hate Woman's name coming out? Mara? Huh.
Unless is Tendrils referring to the woman. Oh no, she had a different name, like Denise or something. That woman who called in like after Artie left, and
Oh yeah, Denise. That's right. That was a different person.
That's a
totally
different
person.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
This is while we're on Benji. This is again. This is him pushed to. He comes in late again. This is fairly recent, and he dares to push back on Robin, and he calls her fat.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I can't sleep. Or I wouldn't even say I can't sleep. I would just say, I'm here. I didn't get any sleep last night.
You know, Howard, I'm actually going through something right now. I'm in a lot of pain.
Robin, why do you do this?
Let her. What do you mean? What is she doing wrong?
No. I know.
You have no right to tell her what to do.
I know I fucked up.
No, you didn't.
But Robin, why do you do this? Why do you do this? Like,
well, if I can get up and get to work,
I want to hear.
I stay up all night till an hour
That's
before.
That's right. She's
and
teaching
I just stay
you.
There. And now, you know what? I'm actually in pain.
She's teaching you.
That doesn't
Listen, you've learned something.
It's not.
Yeah, wait, I'm going to learn now. Fuck you, I want to learn. Go ahead, Robin. Tell me about your pain.
Yesterday, I did step out for a moment during the BonJovial.
I saw that. John caught that, by the way.
And he caught it.
Yeah.
Again, you could hear the same tone in Benji's voice. He's like real for the second time.
Right.
Because he's backed into a corner. And you could hear it's just the same tone. It's the only two times I've ever heard this.
Didn't get back to the studio.
What happened?
Because I was in pain.
What? Where? Were you in the vagina?
No.
Will effect from the
I
operation?
do have some effects as a result of that large surgery.
Listen to this,
Benji. And they cause me problems sometime.
Yeah.
And the ladies' room, and
Robin, I don't mean this in a mean way. But it's the clearest way to say it. Why are you overweight?
What?
Why are you overweight?
Why am I overweight? Because
Benji,
I'm still going through things physically.
Why? No.
Hey, hold on. You're out of bounds. You're the late one. She's a woman.
All right, I should have said, okay.
Yeah,
fuck that shit.
And third, no. She's a woman who went through a major fucking cancer.
Okay, Howard.
A life-threatening cancer.
But I'm not sitting here complaining about it.
My point is, it's not unconscious.
She's trying to help you,
It's not unconscious. No, she wasn't trying to help.
She's trying to help you.
No, that wasn't trying to help.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
She's saying I was in pain and I made it into the studio.
I can go through pain.
No, you can't.
Punch me.
The king of all fat shamers is telling Benji this.
Right.
And then Robin, who's also fat shaming people on it, thinking you have no idea what she looks like at the same. You talk about the karma police, right? Like, could you imagine all the Howard's entire personality is fat shaming at this point, and all he said back was, "Why are you overweight?" That's it. That's all it takes.
And my memory was that it was meaner, but I'm thinking of Fred in the K-Rock days calling her a cow to her face.
That is Fred. Yep.
But by the way, Fred absolutely has such respect for women.
Yes.
We should pull the clip sometime of Robin on Wendy Williams defending Howard's Gabourey Sidibe. Comments.
Yeah.
Because she had to. I bet she was so pissed that like she had to go on, daytime TV to defend or, run interference and do damage control for Howard,
You want here are your choices, you and Bon. We have Christine Governale.
Yeah.
Yelling at Howard and Sal. She calls in and fights with them.
Right.
And her great thing, she makes a crack about Ralph dressing him like a teenager, and it's great.
Right. Love that.
I don't want to oversell anything, but I'm going to give you choices here. We can go to the last Amanda Pete comment of her on Letterman versus Beth. When Howard goes, that was one we've heard before. I mean, I've been on like a YouTube.
I have actually not heard that. I don't think so. I would love to.
But you heard all the whole Amanda Pete medley last time.
I
this
did.
Is something I forgot to put it in the folder, and it was like the biggest one. It's actually this one. I got one. Howard's Kids and the Emily Kabbalah play. So that's a press conference nobody knows about. It was on the show. Everybody listened to the first show, but for some reason it's not written out properly on Mark's friggin'. So they ask him a bunch of tough questions in the press conference. And they ask him about his kids, about Emily and the Kabbalah play. And the Maria Menounos, of all people, asks him if his kids are going to get stock, Sirius stock, from the deal he got. And he homina is out of it. That, again, that doesn't have to be now. Here's one where Ralph rapes a chick, which to line up with, that'll be like part of our Debra Stern exploration, because Ralph's drug dealing at Spa.
Our cold case episode.
Yeah. So it sounds like Bon was pretty excited about what you want to listen to Amanda Pete. Or
I mean, I do. I don't. Did Bon? Is he still here?
He did the Batman. He did the Batman. He did the smoke pellet grapple hum.
Boomeranged out of here.
My tits, my breasts, my vagina.
I would love to do the Amanda Pete thing, though.
Okay. Here's Amanda Pete in 2010. Beth happens to do Letterman in the same month as Amanda Pete. And Howard somehow plays and does, because Beth does Letterman, he's comparing that Beth's Letterman segment is so much better than Amanda Pete's. Again, this is like 2010.
Is this Beth promoting Oh My Dog, or is this?
I don't remember what she was promoting. Maybe it'll come up during this.
All right.
It's so forgettable and interchangeable, and
she didn't want to. She's self-conscious as it is, because, like she said to me, look, I'm your wife. That's why I'm going on Letterman and all that. And I said, that's the problem. You can't go on with that attitude. I see these people who go on, these actresses and things. They think their shit doesn't stink. I'm watching Amanda Pete on Letterman.
And you're listening to this, and this is, again, I've already played 20 mentions of her, and he's still at it, and it's still like thinking we're too stupid to know what this is about. Missing an accident. You think Robin would be thick-skinned after a while, admit she's bald now, but just take the wig off. I know. That was enough. Benji was the only one not invited to Robin, to see Robin after his surgery. That's true.
Yeah.
Mr. Villataro. The white knighting is so ridiculous. And Beth's listening to this. She was listening at this time.
Amanda Pete on Letterman. I wish I had a clip of this. JD, maybe you could get it. She's droning on. Same with Gwyneth Paltrow. They clearly go on there and have nothing to talk about.
Can you pause it?
Bon, are you with us? Because I wanted you to bring up that great point you made over text a few days ago.
I think Bon is gone. Is he in the waiting room?
He's not. I don't see him at all, actually.
No, he's been out for a second here, so
okay.
I don't know.
He can let himself in too. It's not like he's his own. He's like a latchkey kid. He's his own.
He has his own house key. Can I just say it's so funny hearing him talk about his favorite person in the world, Gwyneth Paltrow.
This is so she'd done the show, I think 4 or 5 years after this, and this is every day Gwyneth was a big punching bag for him for a very long time.
Right.
That's right. That's a great pickup by you.
And they are pleased as punch with themselves.
I don't think they should be any more entertaining.
Yeah, they don't think they should offer up a story. They don't care. This Amanda Pete drives me fucking nuts. First of all, she was promoting the movie. What's the movie we were promoting?
Please Give.
Please Give, it's called, okay? Now, I'm sure Please Give is a very small, independent film, as they say. I am sure that the producers have very little money. This movie matters to them more than anything.
And getting a shot on Letterman is a big deal.
Big deal. Amanda Pete goes on, and Dave says to her,
how many movies made or break their box office because they went on Letterman? I might, if I may ask you. And he was like a distant. I think at that point, Letterman was actually behind Kimmel. He was third.
I believe that. Yeah.
In the late night, I think he wasn't even getting 1 million people a night. And like, if you do Letterman in 2010, that's somehow going to make or break your fucking box office. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and it's also like whatever the comedy nerds said was like gold about the NBC Letterman years had not been so since he moved to CBS in 1993. So I just imagine year after year, people are tuning out because they're not getting whatever.
No, that's so true. His viewership would drop precipitously every year. And by the time he left, and he's the most overpaid guy in all of TV, because Worldwide Pants owned that show.
Right.
And that's how he didn't get fired after preying on all the interns and PAs and shit. I mean, you would never get away with that today, but only he could. And it doesn't come, and so I remember I remember this, just hawking and paying very close attention to his ratings. And I realized at a certain point he had under 1 million viewers a night, and he was getting $40 million a year with that Worldwide Pants deal. Like, how could you possibly explain that? And has the Letterman show ever helped a movie? Has it ever turned the corner? Like a movie's going to go from 60 million to 100 million because he did a Letterman appearance.
I would even go so far to say, like, I go to see a movie because I saw a trailer for it. I don't care who's talking about it on any talk show, even the most
He's not even good at promoting it. He's so like apathetic about cinema anyway. Like that's beneath him. He had such a curmudgeon way of he's horrible for movies, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, Housey Football is right. This is Howie Brass going. This Amanda Pete is fucking throwing it on. This fucking guy. This is Amanda Pete.
So he does a whole long, boring interview with her because she's got nothing to say. It's not Dave's fault. And
it is Dave's fault. To give you the back again, if you're just tuning in, if you didn't hear last show, and we actually made shorts out of it and everything. Amanda Pete was in a movie called Whipped with Beth. Beth has a cameo appearance where she's actually dating a guy named Brian Van Holt, who's an actor. He's this like himbo fucking man whore actor, and a typical just like right out of fucking soap opera modeling school. Very forgettable. But anyway, Beth's dating this just typical prom king and queen relationship. Amanda Pete's the star of this movie Whipped, and she basically steals him from Beth. And so Howard catches wind of this, and he's trying to white knight for Beth, but more so, and this is your point and BonJovial's point, Howard cannot deal with having anyone's sloppy seconds. He would have you believe she is a virgin until she met him. And that she could be anybody's second or third choice is crazy because it makes him look cheap. It's got nothing to do with defending Beth's honor. It's defending his own honor.
Well, and it's also that, Beth was not hot enough for someone who is far more attractive than Howard.
The C-list actor too, and he's far more
right. He's the Hydrox Ryan Phillippe, and so it's even to add more insult to injury.
I just explained why MIA. That's why he gives a shit. So in Howard's world, he gets first dibs at everything, and this cheapens her to the collective. But you notice he's not saying why. We had to tinker with this. We had to do our CSI, our CSI Roosevelt, and find out all this, to find the movie and to find out what happened and to find it. So he never explains it ever on the show, because if he did, it would reduce her to this, she's beyond a bridesmaid. And he's accepted that. And that's why he'll never tell you by himself. He only does this. He'll only do this.
He got the plumber's daughter, and he's mad about it. Yeah.
This is what they call, which I dubbed, arguing with tapes. Yeah. This is the main event.
He does this whole thing, and finally he says to her...
Housey Football says, I never watched a movie because someone was on a talk show, not even Carson. I know. Yeah. I know. It's amazing that they don't know how to, do the... What would you call it, the demographic kind of
I don't know. I mean,
Nielsen research about it.
I just think that a movie, like, people know where to find trailers for movies, even before the internet. Like, show the trailer and I'll either go see it or I won't go see it,
And that's how, YouTube and alone has destroyed these talk shows by just that. If you're the movie company, I'm like, I don't know, fucking flying my guys out to do this show that gets 700,000 people. I'll just throw more trailers up and add 7 seconds to it. Why do I need that? Why do we need to fly them out? No one's watching it. It's not going to move one ticket.
Well, and any of the press junket stuff they can just do for any of these YouTube-based talk shows. They don't have to do them for a network. No one's watching.
No.
You know, YouTube won the streaming awards in May. Everybody is watching YouTube more than any other medium.
It's not even close.
Yeah,
it's not even close.
I mean,
Your generation, David, from the 20s. I don't mean 2000. I mean 1920.
The 1920, right? Yeah.
Or the cord cutting generation in a way, right? I mean, like millennials, and then after that are consider themselves the cord cutting generation.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean it's a
long time for the old guard to catch up to that.
Yeah, me as a actual millennial, I have my foot kind of in both worlds, you know, where it was like, it still was, you know, kind of analog, and, you know, I had a brief taste of, I just got in under the wire to understand the digital stuff as a teenager, you know, but
your age definitely bridges I thought my generation was too. I think we were, even like Generation X, we were not foisted computers, so we had to learn it on our own, and they were just kind of starting out. Like, you couldn't go out in the world. You weren't given computer classes. You had to take them yourself. And if you got into the workforce, it became mandatory. Like, oh shit, I can't QWERTY. You're pecking away. I remember I had
the
a
home
office
keys,
job.
right?
Yeah, I'm looking at him pecking away. I'm like, this guy's seriously typing like that? You know, if you didn't have a home computer, you couldn't have learned this shit, and you were way undergunned in the workforce. It really hurt me a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, Arm Gen X. We are older than Google, says Tendrils. Yep.
So what's the movie about? She goes, Dave, the movie's a... Dave goes, what's wrong? Well, the movie's about it.
Picture Amanda Peet catching wind of this and listening to how much of a psycho, fucking jealous C-word he sounds like here. Like, it was, and she's friends with all his friends and shit.
What's she laughing about?
She's mentally ill. Listen to me. Here's what happened. She could give a shit about this movie. She probably...
And Howard's worried about her production her movie production making money. He's really got a big stake in this.
It would be so funny if it's the same people who had to close down Reicher Entertainment. They fell on this independent movie.
Missing in action scene. I did like, why does he care about this? He doesn't. Any port in a storm, MIA. So anything he's grabbing on to the producers of this movie, thinking that they're pissed at Amanda Peet for not promoting the movie she's in the way he wants them to. If you look at Amanda Peet's career, it's excellent. She is. I might add too. She is excellent in the John Hamm show. I think it should be called Hedge Clipper, but it's called this very generic, forgettable Your Friends and Neighbors. It's a title we've heard a million times.
Right.
I think it should be called Hedge Clipper, and I think she's Emmy worthy. She's so good on this show, and so is John Hamm. It is fantastically acted dialogue and show.
Yeah.
It's not perfect, but they are fantastic in it. She's great. She should be at least nominated for an Emmy.
To draw a contrast to what we're listening to now, Howard's kind of white knighting for, you think the production company of this independent film. When last week, when we listened to Ryan Phillippe calling into the show to promote Igby Goes Down, he's trashing Amanda Peet as if he doesn't want the movie to do well. So which is it? Do you care about the small independent movie, or don't you?
The best was Jason Bateman when he was on to him immediately. He was like, whoa. You just skipped Melissa McCarthy, who's the star of the show. You went to the fifth on the call sheet as Amanda Peet. I know what you're up to. I know. And he knew exactly what happened. So obviously Jason Bateman was briefed on this feud, and he didn't really bring up what he knew, but you could see he knew it. And that was, the visual was important. Herbert Arnold, you're welcome. Exactly, Herbert Arnold.
Doesn't care about the movie. She knows no one's going to see the movie. And rather than sell them, how
J.D. Villataro, you want to see the irony in me? You want to hear if I have a childhood trauma case, like a real case to be like pissed at your parents? My father worked for IBM, and I went into the workforce at Gen X with no computer skills because we didn't have one at home. My father worked for IBM his entire career.
So crazy.
he could have like ditched one in the bushes in Jericho and then got it after work.
Right.
And he was so checked out. I'm not going to bring my work home with me. It's a fucking computer. He was so just kind of laissez-faire and bourgeois and not willing to go the extra yard for how you were supposed to make it better for the next generation. I'm sure your parents would do. My parents no, the buck stops here. We are not making it better for the next generation. We got ours.
Come along.
I would have killed for a Commodore 64 Pell. Even if it was just like learning the keyboard. That's huge. That was everything. And I went into the workforce in my 20s with no computer skills at all.
God,
and it was like you could have a startup company, you could do all these things, and I wanted it bad. There were people who were Luddites. I wanted it bad. I would complain all the time, and I couldn't. They were so expensive back then.
Right.
They were like $2,000 or $3,000 for just like a typical, dial-up modem and stuff. It really hurt me in the early days of my 20s.
That's like working for Sears and saying, like, I'm not going to have a refrigerator in the house because I don't want to bring my work home with me. Like, that's insane. That's
it is the same
position.
Thing. It is the same thing. That's a fucking great analogy.
Like when you have to describe the plot of a movie.
Right.
It was a fake laugh, as fake as what I'm doing there. She was cracking.
I remember screaming at my dad. I'm like, "Do I have to go to Jeff Schick for this? Do I have to go above you? Do I have to?" He's like, "Who the fuck is Jeff Schick?" Again, you bring up this Jeff Schick.
And didn't Jeff Schick work for IBM too?
Yeah, same exact building.
I mean, not that everybody knows everybody at IBM.
Thank you, PC23 Arm. Check out. We talked about that in the earlier PC23. That's gonna for the next Deppening. When Pistone is asked about Deppening, Donnie Brasco cry. Johnny Depp made Donnie Brasco cry.
Amazing.
And it was like in the Barber episode on Seinfeld.
Right.
Did Johnny Depp make him cry? Joe Pistone, who I never thought I would see crack like that, cries on Joe Rogan's podcast because of what Depp did for his wife. It's crazy.
Herself up, she couldn't get out the details of what the movie was about, so Dave finally.
Yeah, I knew as soon as I brought up Commodore 64, it would snuff Brendan out of hiding. He heard it, and here he is. My friend Jim Verdone had a Commodore 64, and so did my cousin. And we were so jealous. They had games that were at the time revolutionary, but it gave you like a starter thing of how to use a keyboard.
Right.
It was enough to get you to learn the goddamn type a little bit and not be afraid of it.
Yeah, it's like I grew up with some kids that didn't have like a VCR growing up because their parents were like, "Well, no, you watch enough TV."
Yeah, you watch too much TV. Yeah.
And it's like you want your kids to grow up with some of the like cultural literacy of their peers, so they don't feel like outcasts at school. Like,
they're going to rebel against it anyway.
Exactly.
At some point, if you're denying them all this stuff. You hear stories all the time about the kid who's denied all that stuff, and they spend all the time at their friend's house watching cable or playing on a computer or doing all the stuff or eating the food that their parents don't let them have.
Yeah, they're just kids who are off sugar their entire childhood, just become go nuts when they get to college, right?
Goes, all right, let's just roll the tape. They roll this fucking piece of tape. There was no setup. It was horrible. They came back and Dave said goodbye to her. She didn't promote the movie. Can you imagine if you're a producer who put up millions of dollars?
Kill you.
You gotta be, you see, oh my God, I finally get this witch on the show.
Witch.
And she goes on and she just fucked it up for us. What a cunt.
That's the woman lover, right? That's the king of all feminists.
Yeah.
That was a vitriolic, genuine C word he uses. And that is because Amanda Peet made Beth look like a sloppy second, and that's the only thing that matters here. It's not about Beth, it's about him.
By the way, the producers are glad they got their fucking clip on network TV. They don't fucking care what Amanda Peet has to say about the movie.
I don't think there's ever been a conversation. Also, too, he was working in Letterman and Vinny Favale.
Right.
So, what is he doing? And then Beth claims, Beth had the stupid, they would use her in sketches once in a while to bring something. It's just dopey,
But the idea that Amanda Peet somehow did a disservice to the film by not setting up the clip. I never listened to the setup of the clip. I watched the clip. I'm intelligent. I can figure out what's happening,
If Amanda Peet set the clip up the way Howard wants to, the movie would have made $42 million, which is $1 million more than Private Parts.
Exactly.
That made all. It's just ridiculous. He sounds like Amanda Peet doesn't have to say a word. He sounds ridiculous. I would love for her to hear that. I would love to listen to that with her. That had to have gotten back to her. I mean, I've played 20 different clips of him, which I didn't even know half of them existed.
Right.
And I'm sure, I don't know if she gets a laugh out of it or she's like, this guy's nuts, crazy. Or if it.
I mean, do you think maybe you covered this last week, but do you think she knows, like, oh, he's mad at me because I.
Yeah, she knows exactly what she did. Yeah, she totally does. If you got her in confidence, she would say, yeah, we dated the same guy and she's bitter that she thinks I stole him from him.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Like, you know how all women hate each other? That's just a classic example. I mean, you could see Beth, right, complaining to him when they first got together. They're going, oh, who did you? Tell me who you dated. And he's like, oh, well, I dated this guy, Brian. And she's like, I dated him instead of whipped. And then Amanda Peet comes in and she fucking goes off with her because she's the star of the movie and they spend time. You could totally see her whining about it in private.
Well, and I didn't know that Amanda Peet dated Ben Stiller, and I wonder if Beth had designs on Ben Stiller during Flirting with Disaster.
Flirting with Disaster, yes, that's good, David. I didn't even think of that, and we played the Ben Stiller thing last year.
It's like Amanda Peet always scoops Beth, you know. And
that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. She beats him. You know how it was like who was it saying that? You know, like I every time I auditioned for something, it was. God damn it! I had to compete with like Christian Slater was in front of me all the time, like Ethan Hawke or someone like that.
Yeah, same thing.
Okay, the next one. We should go into the Stern girls here. I don't want to not do that. Christine Gavrinelli. We'll save that for a second. I found this yesterday. This is Debra Stern. This is 3 years after the thing at the Jingle Ball. You know what? No, let's do Ralph and drug dealing. So David had this brilliant observation that Debra ODing at the Jingle Ball, David brilliantly deduced that it was Ralph who dosed her, who gave her this stuff. And Ralph goes to all these events, and I have no doubt that David is right. Here is 3 months before this. And this is Ralph. Here's our proof that David is spot on with his observation. Here's Ralph getting busted for dealing drugs at a club called Spa, which I believe is the other in Soho or Tribeca, Manhattan.
And then, like, so when we're taking cabs everywhere. Oh. And I don't know, who was it? Was it Richie gets in the cab or you, Ralph, who starts goofing on all the cab drivers?
I wasn't goofing.
You were yelling at us.
Yeah, because she didn't know where to go. And she wouldn't listen to me.
I don't know. I was just getting very upset.
Is there anything worse than someone abusing a cab driver or a waiter or someone working retail or someone working a fast food employee?
The labor force, to goof and screw around with the labor force. That's really.
As someone who is a parking attendant and doesn't empathize with a cab driver.
Right. Yeah.
And he's got this elitist, entitled thing. There's no worse scum of the earth than someone who yells at a fast food employee in a drive-through or a cab. Or there's no word. If you're gonna hate Ralph, there's so many reasons to hate him. There's another one, and you know he does that shit all the time.
They're horrible.
No, you're horrible.
No, she didn't know where she was going, and she wouldn't listen to me.
I look at you. I won't listen to you either. And then, like we're in the way somewhere, and we're finally getting somewhere, it's getting late, and I'll say, stop off at a corner so I can run in and get cigarettes, and I have to buy candies, and I'm like, dude, just sit in the car.
So, David, this is 3 months different from the Debra Stern thing when Howard drove back to Old Westbury to reprimand her.
We want to get somewhere. You know? So all fighting with each other and it's dragging on.
Because there's no chick.
Nothing going on. We just want to have, we want to have activities. Want to have fun.
Yeah.
I just want to see what everybody else is doing.
Why don't you guys just...
This is the mad tear bro period, David.
Yeah, right.
So he's been separated from Alison for about he says it on the air. This is a year before, but we know he's been separated much longer than that. So he announced it a year before this. But this is like 2000.
You pack it all in and go to Scores.
Right. Well, no scores. So then we decided to go to this place. We decided to go to this place.
That's right, Howsy Football. Thank you. Yes, MIA. There are Jimmy and Amanda Pete's kids are hanging. That's got to drive him crazy. That's the best. That is. I couldn't believe I found that night. I'm like, this is insane. Amanda Pete and Jimmy Kimmel's kids are friends. It's just the best fucking revenge. It's almost like she plotted the revenge to piss Howard off. I'm gonna have my kids be friends with Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah. Have play dates, play group with the Kimmels.
Howard won't let his kids into Castle Gayskull, and yet I was born towards the end of Gen X, and I can't use a computer to this day. They make us do training modules with safety videos at work. It's like you grew up with that, Housey. That wouldn't be a problem if that were like if classes were mandatory. We were caught in the cracks in between that, so you did not have innate computer skills, and it was a major handicap in the workforce. My wife is just a few years younger than me and could basically build websites. That's right.
Wow.
Oh, it's just a couple years there.
Spa, which is a really cool place. You sit around there, and they got these couches and stuff, and they serve lots of drinks, and there's all kinds of chicks running around and wacko dudes, and it's just
Thursday
cool.
night's a great night there.
Yeah, Ralph goes, so Thursday night.
Okay, I got another theory. So Ralph knows every single night of all these clubs. Right. What does a drug dealer need to know?
Yeah.
He knows who's going to be at these clubs, where to do it, how to. That's what you need to know. So a good drug dealer would know every night who's going to be what.
Yeah.
That's how you deal and who you deal to.
Yeah, the ruse for Tuesday is going to be different from the ruse for Thursday. Right.
And he knows to go to this place that's how this is on Howard's name too. So he's dealing drugs on Howard's name, and they know. It's crazy how much they know about him and the drug dealing too. When he's
it's a great night there.
Thursday night is fun.
Yeah, so we go in there. We get in. They set us up with a nice table and everything.
That's a great point, MIA. It really pisses Beth off how much to know that Amanda Pete has kids and Beth doesn't and can't. And I believe Beth wanted to be. Yeah, you're spot on. A+ comment, MIA. That's exactly that burns her even more. I hope Molly McInerney, Jimmy's wife, brings Amanda Pete up to him when they're in. That is such a great comment.
Yeah, I mean, also that Molly was the second wife for Jimmy, and she still got kids out of it too.
That's a great point, Jimmy. A lot of people don't realize Jimmy's divorced. His first wife, she's actually, if you go watch the Man Show, she makes a couple appearances on the Man Show, and he wanted to be like Howard so much. Oh, he's a great dad. He's the opposite of Howard. He's so present.
But he's a grandfather now too. I think his daughter.
I think his son had a kid.
Her son has a kid.
Yeah. That's crazy to think about that. Jimmy wanted to be like Howard so bad that he wanted his first marriage to collapse so he could be just like Howard. I think Corolla presented that theory, who's divorced now too, as a matter of fact.
Right, that's right.
They set us up with a nice table and everything. We're sitting around. Next to us is a table of lesbians, just really hot, and they're making out with each other and doing all kinds of weird stuff. So, second we get there, me and Richie are just sitting at this big table, waiting for stuff to happen. Ralph has to go walk around.
Right, Ralph.
He can't just sit there with us. He mingles, but that's fine. Let him go do his thing. Who cares?
Sit there and stare at you too.
Right.
Ralph's going to check out the scene.
So,
I should add, this night kicks off because Sandra Bernhard, who's in this picture, is hosting a model party somewhere.
Okay,
and the party was too early for them or something. It didn't, so they left it and went down to this spa. The model party was uptown. And Sandra Bernhard has some weird affiliation with the modeling industry. I don't know why. I don't know what. But
sitting there, a half hour goes by, I don't see Ralph, which is fine too, because you know what? A lot of people came over talking to us. It was a lot of fun. We're having a good time. I got to say, it was fun. I like that place, Spa.
I do too sometimes.
Yeah, so I don't see Ralph for a half hour, which was fine. So this big black guy, big strong black bouncer guy, comes up to me and goes, "Excuse me," and I go, "Yeah,
Yeah, that's really racially sensitive.
Great.
Spot on impression, Howard. You really nailed it. It's I mean, the king of all blackface, Sonny Blackface in my picture.
Excuse me. He says, I just have to tell you, your friend who you were with, we had to throw him out of the club for dealing drugs.
What?
Yeah. So I go, wait a second. First of all, I know Ralph.
That's how Ralph makes a living?
So the guy goes, what do you want us to do about it? So I said,
pause it?
Hear what Robin slipped in the background?
You go. What did she say? I'm sorry.
Is that how Ralph makes a living?
Oh,
right. I think she's serious.
Totally, because what you would never think he would have a living wage off of the bullshit errand running he does for Howard.
And he uses the show to acquire clients.
Right. I mean, and possibly closeted ones like Sam Simon.
How else do you get into these clubs? I mean, he's also getting into Scores every night. Chauncey will
Right.
sign off on that. You know the people you could hook up at Scores?
Right.
Strippers alone?
Yeah. Is Jackie off the show at this point too?
Jackie is great question. These are Jackie's there. Jackie's there. These are his last days. Yeah, Jackie's there.
Got it.
well,
Arrest him.
I said, first of all, well, if you're giving me some options, what are my options?
That's the Sandra Bernhard. Tendrils is referencing when I called
Right.
Sandra Bernhard, she used je ne sais quoi. Johnny sais quoi.
I go, if one of the options is to let him back in, why don't you just let him back in? He's my friend. And I know him. He's not dealing drugs. And he goes, I beg to differ. We have people who have seen him dealing drugs.
Yeah, how come you always jump up?
Because here's how I know.
He was doing.
First of all, I know Ralph was
How much you want to bet Spa people know exactly what they're talking about? This fucking wavy, crazy dude who Howard looks exactly like, is
Right.
walking in there twice a week, wobbling around, being shady, going to the bathroom and going outside, and they know exactly who he is. You know he's dropping Howard's name all the time. They
Right.
know exactly what he's dealing. You're not going to do that unless it's true. It's almost
Yeah,
like the way the FBI would raid someone's house.
Well, also, they're not going to approach someone as high profile as Howard about it if they're wrong,
Yeah. Melvin, look at Melvin. Classic Melvin. In spring of '93, she worked the Chanel runway. This is Melvin's research. And with a lit cigarette, Bernhard has been a recognizable presence during the fashion weeks for decades as well.
Really?
She said, I love Sandra Bernhard as a comedian. She's a really, really underrated,
Yeah.
like I said, pioneer in female comedy. She doesn't come up nearly enough as she should. And she's a great listen if you see interviews with her and stuff. And the show is lucky to have her as long as they did.
Yeah. And, it is interesting watching her say in that early Beth period, like, I know people that knew her, like she was a call girl or something.
Yeah.
And just these celebrities that don't know quite how to handle the new era that's coming, where it is total Ember's new clothes. You can't attack Howard for anything anymore. You can't come at him for anything anymore.
Rodney goes, Sandra, thank you, Rodney. Sandra Bernhard is definitely not a gold star. L word. She used to tease Letterman about Hook. I know, right? Did she go on flirt with Letterman all the time?
Oh yeah,
she was like a regular guest.
Well,
for
her
years.
and Ellen Barkin, and there were Terry Garr. I mean, there were a lot of women who, you got the sense like, did Dave have sex with them?
Oh, Rodney, you're not banned on here. The cat lady. Who the hell's that? Is that Sara? Huh? Or is that Selena Kyle? All right, Rodney. I don't know.
Eartha Kitt.
I'll have to ask. Or it could be Eartha Kitt. Thank you, Rodney. Ralph Cirella, knock around, tip robber. I know that's stealing tips, and he's the worst. God damn it! And then we got right after this, we got another one, which is even worse than that.
Mm-hmm.
Playing the whole night, didn't even have pot. Number one.
Yeah, because he had ecstasy. He
didn't have ecstasy. So I said to the guy, well, so why are you asking me what to do if you're not going to let him back in? I said, is he under arrest? He goes, no, there's a lot of police out there, but...
There's police activity.
There's a lot of police activity, but he's not going to be arrested.
He's on the ground, but everything...
You're right. So I go, well, okay. And I just sat there. I mean, what am I going to do?
You left Ralph.
I was having a great time.
So divisive.
So Richie goes, I'll go out and check out what's going on. Richie goes out there to see what's going on with Ralph. Comes back to report to me. He says, listen, I just saw Ralph out there. They threw him out for dealing drugs, and he's just standing out there. I said, all right, well...
Did Richie talk to Ralph?
I don't know.
Yeah, Richie talked to me.
What'd he say?
He tried to talk to the guy, and the guy said, somebody said I was dealing drugs, blah, 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 that whole thing, and he said, I can't let him back in.
Yeah, and they were convinced that Ralph was dealing drugs, and under no circumstances...
Wouldn't listen to anything I said, but
right.
I didn't really know the guy.
And Richie came back and said, listen, they think he's dealing drugs. I said, forget it, so that's it.
You both went back to whenever you
Yeah, we went right back to Spa, and we just
yeah.
enjoyed
That
the
was
night.
good. That was really nice, man.
Oh, screw you! You wouldn't have left.
Hey, screw you! You couldn't get up off your fat ass and come out and say something.
I'm not gonna. I said something to everybody in the club.
You know, to who?
To the guy who's the owner.
No, you did not. You don't
I
even
did
know
too.
who the owner is.
That was a great fat ass by Ralph. Only Ralph could fat shame anorexic Howard like that. He did that very similar to this is when Ralph was OD'd on X at Howard's Castle Gay Skull.
Right.
And threw up all over the place and in the laundry and stuff like that. And he was actually they were having a fat fight. They were having a fat shame fight during this, if you remember.
I also love Ralph disobeying one of the 10 crackhead commandments by getting high on his own supply. Like at Howard's house.
Thank you, Sara. Thank you. Sarah's just gifted the Deppening 5 memberships. Sarah blocked me years ago, says Melvin. This is my 8th account. Ha! I got her.
Okay. I also love the cat fight between Howard and Ralph.
It's actually it's good. You could almost do a Howard versus Ralph. Oh, you're welcome, Mary Jean. A Howard versus Ralph Met compilation.
I want to cut together like a Real Housewives fight with like Ralph and Howard fighting. It's going to be a lot of the same girly insults.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, and you could see them like off the air doing the same thing.
Right.
The guy came over and told me he owned the club. He asked me what was I asked him what was going on. I said, "Can you let him back in?" He goes, "No." I go, "Okay." Well, what am I going to do?
No.
F you, Ralph.
No.
You see, he's
F you.
What? This is so funny because 3,000 miles away while I'm in Los Angeles, I get this story. Ross and I are laughing our asses off.
Right.
Rodney goes, Sarah banned me for saying Depp was old and not handsome anymore, which she has said too. I don't see that because Sarah has said that herself. 70 and early's Sandra Bernard was probably a hellion in bed. Dave had a good time, I bet. Leno had a tryst with. It was Leno, Rodney, that had a tryst with Sandra Bernard, not Letterman. Leno did.
Also, like Howard, Sandra Bernhard allowed Howard to put his hand down her pants in studio.
Oh, you saw that? I played that shit. Oh God, that was crazy. Oh, I can't believe you remember that.
Yeah.
And we're just figuring you probably just wanted to hang out, and
I just wanted to have a nice, relaxing night. And we finally got to a club, and it's 1:00 in the morning.
And you're having a good time.
I'm finally having a good time, and Ralph's screwing up.
All you had to do, you could have just come, you could have walked out, you could have just seen what was going on. If you, the only reason I walked out of
Howard throwing his friend. I mean, not that he should, but having his friend. Like, this is like the real Howard when his ass is. He's worried about himself. He's not worried about Ralph. Ralph is out there, and it's a reflection on him. He knows Ralph looks exactly like him. He knows they're talking. Oh shit, that's Howard's fucking. They probably call him his assistant or gay friend or whatever it is, and
his house boy.
Not quite sure. Yeah, they wouldn't call him a stylist. They wouldn't know that, so they would like. That's just Howard's fucking bro, or whatever they call him.
Yeah, right.
The only reason I walked out of the club is because I thought that they needed your car out there or something like that.
Oh, Sarah got you there, Rodney. You might have been insulting people on one point. That could have been true. There's a lot of duality. There's a big duality to Rodney. That could have been true. Howard, as usual, isn't good with confrontation, so he goes back to the party. Tamara's right. Instead of getting his friend, I mean, he's just worried about covering his own ass. It's not even confrontation, Tamara. He's worried about himself.
Yeah. I mean, I also have to say, like, it's Howard's fault for getting embroiled with Ralph to begin with. I mean, it's like...
He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, for years now. For years he knows this.
Yes, Tweedledee. Sandra claimed to have a threesome with Ralph, and it's actually in this same... It's like I made this compilation, and I had to cut it out just to get to this. That's exactly from this.
You're there for.
What happened, Howard? Why did they throw him out?
Well, all right, so here's what happened. This is the only thing I can figure out.
Because I heard some things.
No, this is the only thing I can figure out.
Okay. This is even stranger. Gary's getting phone calls. So Ralph gets kicked out of the club. In the moment, Gary's getting phone calls. And this is like kind of before cell phones. So someone's calling Gary's landline, I guess, to tell him what happened to Ralph. Maybe over the weekend.
Right.
That all Howard's bros are calling Gary, reporting on this beforehand.
That's so crazy.
Heard some things.
Yeah, we didn't hear anything. The only thing I can figure out is I know Ralph went into the bathroom and was talking to some guys. I think that somebody who listens to the show got pissed off that Ralph was there, or just wanted to F with him.
So Rodney thinks it's over testicular provenance. It could be, Rodney.
We haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, we haven't seen him in a while.
Hmm.
Arnold Schwarzenegger hit on Byrne. I didn't know that, Jose Villataro. You're right. Ralph is probably getting pegged. It's just that would be really kind of a very interesting reality show to follow Ralph around for a week back then. Like a full week, just follow him around from the time he gets up to that.
Day in the life of a celebrity houseboy. Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if Howard TV or the E! Show ever proposed that.
I don't think they're smart enough to realize how interesting that would be. Also, I could see them just on principle hating Ralph because he would try to take over and tell them how to do their jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Tata enjoy the radio going spite show.
And what they did was they told somebody, hey, I think that guy's a drug dealer. It's screwing around with him.
But Ralph, you weren't smoking pot anywhere in the club, were you?
Wasn't smoking pot or anything. What happened is I get up from the table.
Go ahead.
And it's like you and Richie were just sort of sitting there. Nothing's really happening yet. I'm going to go walk around, check and see what's doing, and go to the bathroom. So I'm going to stop at the bathroom first. I get up the table, walk right to the bathroom, go in the bathroom. This guy comes into the bathroom. I'm talking to my friend there. I'm in the bathroom 2 seconds, not even, doing anything. And this guy comes in. He goes, hey, I got to talk to you for a minute outside. I said, about what? He goes, you're not in trouble. Nothing's the matter. I just got to talk to you about something. And you had called for a car or something like that. So I thought that they needed somebody. They knew I was with you and needed something with your car or something like that.
Thank God.
And I'm walking outside with him, and the guy goes, somebody inside said you were dealing. I said, what? Dealing what? He says, I don't know. Somebody just told me you're dealing. And then they told the manager, and he goes, okay, he's out. And I go, what do you mean? I go, guys, search me. I don't have anything on me. And then, I didn't want to leave right away. And, I'm talking to the guy, and then the guy wouldn't even look at me or listen to me. And he said,
like I said, it's just like the FBI when they raid someone's house.
Right.
They do not do that unless they have all the evidence in the world. This club is not going to fuck up their relationship with celebrities and Howard and such. That they know exactly what he is and who they've seen him there before. He comes there every week dealing. That's the whole bouncer's job, and the people that are inside is to be like that. And he knows, and Ralph knows the schedule of all these clubs and who's going there. And this is, honestly, as soon as you brought attention to him dosing Debra, now it's all clicking that he probably made a killing as a dealer using this show and all that comes with it to different people along the way.
Yeah. I think that, it sounds like he's just kind of like an artsy bi boy in the 80s doing puppets and costuming and whatever, and trying to get SNL to hire him as a puppeteer or something, or a makeup guy. And is also
that's what he thought his future was going to be. I think. I really think that Melvin goes like this, David. I was threatened with a ban for making wild sexual innuendos towards David once. Luckily, I composed myself and I focus on food now. That deviant smell. Once Melvin can get on Melvin's radar, there's no escaping that. Maybe we should do a sex pest after this.
Yeah.
Clip.
He walked over and he told the cops, and then the cops said, hey, man, you got to leave. It's, if the guy says he's not going to let you back in, he's not going to let you back in. The cops were fine. They weren't giving me a hard time.
It is BS, Housey. We'll find that. It's coming up soon.
The guy was just didn't want to hear it.
Can you imagine what would have happened if Ralph didn't know why they were walking out with him at first?
Yeah. They were very cool about it. I had no idea.
At first you thought you were going out to meet a car, but if they were...
And by the way, I just want to say, this club is so great that they don't want some jackass in there dealing drugs, so they don't want to screw it up.
The whole deal is that none of these clubs will exist if they get tagged.
Right.
Immediately you're out.
Immediately they'll lose their liquor license.
Yeah, Sandra Bernhardt's 70 now, guys. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. She looks great for her age. She's always been the queen of all butterfaces.
Yeah.
She's sort of leveled up. I saw her on Bill Maher's Club Random, and she just eviscerated him, which was great.
Oh, funny.
And this a few months ago, and she looked.
So they threw Ralph out, and I just figured Ralph was guilty anyway. Something.
Pissed somebody off on the way to the bathroom, and they did that.
Yeah, and I was just like, Ralph must be guilty.
Actually, Howard, Friday night I probably
figured out how Ralph makes a living. Yeah. Dude, you shouldn't care, but you got thrown out of the club.
Howard says, I finally figured out how Ralph makes a living.
Right.
Howard saying this. Unless it's him trying to back away from knowing exactly what it is.
Well, I mean, that's what it is. He's trying to cover up the fact that he's a houseboy and, you know, that Howard has no connection to him other than he's a, quote, stylist.
Yep.
You know, Ralph is kept by Howard. He's on the 112, like, you know, retirement plan. And
it's interesting, too. Ralph doesn't drive. And I say this because it gives him license, no pun intended, to be drunk and high all the time. You're never going to deal with a car.
Right.
All you're doing is like going. It's a life that you could be drunk and high all the time.
It's true. I mean, I think that, you know, Howard is the bad parent who indulged Ralph. He groomed Ralph and then took him on as like this kept boy that he overindulged. And so Ralph, you know, just is able to wade into all of this bad behavior, whether it's being intoxicated, whether it's, you know, being horrible.
He got on the 112 benefit plan.
The benefit plan, right? Exactly. Yep. Yeah.
And like Ralph's stylish. Ralph is a grifter before grifting was even a word. You're right, Powell.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and I wasn't going to leave because of Ralph.
I didn't say you should. Listen,
Richie told me he went to take care of it, and Richie told me he told you that we're going to stay.
No,
That's
he
what
didn't.
He told me.
Richie said he was going to go inside and get you or something. And
get me? He didn't get me.
You guys don't have to leave, but just let Howard know what's happening, or, you know, come out. And
I knew what was happening. What am I going to do
Try
about
and get me back in.
I did.
No, you did.
I did. You're lying, Ralph.
You
I did.
sat there.
Yeah, I sat there and talked to everybody.
I could have been outside. I could have been arrested or something.
So what am I going to do about it?
Yeah, so you can't help me out?
No.
He'll get you out in the morning.
I'm not going to get out. I was having a good time. I'm not
You
going
wouldn't have even been there. It was my idea to go there.
No, you invented spa.
It's my football.
Yeah, he invented spa.
It was his idea to go there. Why is that? Because that's where his clients are.
Yeah, it's you know, Daddy's got to go to work. So can you come with me to work?
He had rattled off 4 clubs before this. You don't think every single one of them he drops in and he's working? That's exactly how he would work that grift. And he would suggest these clubs, and he gets.
But wait a minute, how long did he stay out there waiting for you to do something?
I don't know. I have no idea. I just figured he'd split and go. He's very independent. If I got to start worrying about him,
out on his own.
We always made a pact. We don't worry about each other.
Bro.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Did I do the wrong thing? The guy comes over. He talks to me. Richie went out and checked out the situation.
I definitely think it contributed to his death, J.D. Villataro. God knows what he was ingesting. All we didn't even know. I mean, it just more leaks out all the time. I didn't realize he was that big of a druggie while it was happening.
Because he had some sort of cardiac arrest thing, right?
Yeah, that's completely brought upon drugs and stuff.
Yeah.
And everything he smoked, and it's certainly.
Also, like having Howard, like, you know, having Howard there is a way to prove to his clients, like, you know, look at the millionaire
heavy hitter client. Yeah, that's my heavy hitter
I got
client.
the good
right.
stuff. I got the good stuff. Right.
That's a great point. It's almost like a walking billboard for him. Look, and you know, Howard's as square and as clean as anybody. I mean, he drank a little bit, but they don't know
he's
that.
Rich.
Nobody. He thinks he wants to look like a rock star.
Right.
Wasn't under arrest. There's nothing I could do. The guy wasn't letting you back in under any circumstance. He told me that.
Could have gotten up and checked with me.
No.
What's the check about?
Why do I have to check?
I
What am I, your wife?
I would have.
You wouldn't have. Richie went out and did it. What,
I would have. I would have got if something happened to you.
You would have.
And the reason I went down in the first place was because I thought your car was out there.
You would have checked. Who cares if it was Howard Stern? But when it's Stuttering John standing outside a restaurant, he's not going to check.
No, of course not.
No. Remember that, Ralph?
He's such a liar.
No, remember?
Yeah, I was outside for an hour. You didn't come out.
Dude, I'm not going to go out there and get involved in a
you
drug bust.
with me that night, John. That's totally different.
Can't afford to be involved in it.
Yeah, I don't want to be involved in drugs.
And you said that.
Howard's admitting, and he said, like, that's enough right there. He goes, I'm not getting involved in a drug bust. So you just said he's not dealing. You told the bouncer, you told us. Now you're saying he is. Now you just admitted that he's getting involved in a drug bust. That's legitimate.
Well, and also saying, like, Ralph is very independent. Like, he's throwing out a bunch of fortune cookie slogans to try to distance himself from Ralph. You know,
he doesn't know what to do with this.
That was the wrong thing. That I should have gone out and checked on John.
You should have.
You should have. So why didn't you check on me?
Because I'm Howard Stern, and I sent my boy Richie out there.
To get up off your fat ass.
No, I'm not too important. I just can't be involved.
You're going to talk to you like that.
I can't, he's not going out with me again. That's the bottom line. The way he's talking right now.
You're too important to get off your fat ass to go out there yourself. It gets a little. He's on the phone, so you can't hear the phones as well. But that's a great. But Ralph can get away with saying that shit to him. It's great when they fight.
And again, both of them are correct about attacking the other one, but I go back to all these people deserve each other. So I do not care. It's like, yes,
it's
fight.
impossible. You don't know who to root for. You don't know who to kill. You don't know.
I want them to fight.
I know. You want them to just kill each other.
Yeah.
Sky Specter's right. Beth, she was collecting God knows what besides drugs. I'm sure that's part of it.
Yeah.
Drugs, money, gay apparatus, anything that would incriminate. But it's all about incriminating Howard. It's not about any respect for Ralph's memory. It's about how is Howard implicated in what Ralph has at that place.
Ralph at that time was living at the Howard Stern Shame Museum.
Say that.
You always know you'll be out.
And that's what a good beard would do, right, David?
Right, exactly.
Right? Why would someone's wife go to your friend's apartment? It's bizarre. And why wouldn't he go with her? Because he would have been seen.
That they even brought this up on the air.
I think Beth was like, I'm going to the city to stay at our penthouse to some fake fucking bullshit she's doing, the North Shore Animal League. So, well, I'll go to Ralph's and pick up your contraband while I'm there and clean it out.
But I still wonder why they mentioned it on the air, because I don't know who would have found out about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking that too. Why would you even bring attention? And it sounds ridiculously guilty that you're trying to hide something.
Right,
yeah, I didn't get that either. It was bizarre. I thought that same thing.
I'm not going out. I'm not going to be with a drug dealer.
Just call him a drug. I mean, you're admitting that you know exactly what he's doing after you just denied it in the beginning of this.
I don't want to be around drug dealers.
And, it's lucky he didn't have any.
David, you nailed it. I'm telling you, this is 3 months apart from the Debra Stern thing.
Yeah, so he's in the thick of this part of his enterprise. Yeah,
thing on him, because usually he does, right?
Yeah, that would have been great. Yeah, usually he does have something.
Usually.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I walk around
dealer.
It is possible, Housey, that the paparazzi was. If I were the photogs back then, the canoodling photogs, paparazzi, that's where I would go. Like the AJ Benzes of the world and stuff, that's where they go. I mean, I would, if I were paparazzi, I would run around fucking Soho and Tribeca any given night. I would know and get it all. I mean, Chauncey knows this landscape better than anybody does.
Yeah. I think
who's walking in, what time, what night of the week.
Well, I think Housey's talking about Beth. Maybe the paparazzi saw Beth go to Ralph's apartment. Is that what he's referring to?
Oh, okay. So I don't know. Ralph lives in Jersey City, so I doubt that there's no. I don't think Harvey Levin's running around Jersey City at 4 a.m.
looking for Teresa Giudice, right? Yeah.
She's in the same town as Joe Pistone.
Is she really? Oh, yeah, that's funny.
50% of the time, do you pot on you?
And you know what, man?
I was begging them to search me because I had nothing on it.
It was the most exciting thing ever happened to me.
6 people ran into me there and offered me stuff. Like Coke, Ecstasy, everything. I'm like, no, I don't want any of that tonight.
Thrown out for dealing.
Yeah, John, go ahead. You're on with Ralph.
Yo, first of all, stupid, good for you. Serves you right for being left outside, just like you did to John. But anyway, I've dealt some drugs in the past. And the first thing I do is ditch my stash, and I tell the cops to search me. That's a guarantee that you were doing something. It's like everybody in jail saying how they're not guilty.
Yeah. That guy nailed it. That's why I left it in there.
True.
That's exactly what to do. There's no question.
I wonder if Howard set up Ralph to get revenge on him getting his daughter high.
This was before that.
Oh, this was before that. Okay, never mind then.
So I couldn't see, the spillover. So I don't know how much culpability he placed on Ralph during that.
My next question is, after the Jingle Ball incident, how soon after that was Ralph on the air, and what was the tenor of their conversation?
I'd have to go through that whole
right. I mean, it's not worth it, but
to see. No, it'd be worth it if I could find it. Certainly would. Emily Zoo, Emily versus Robin. Kabbalah play. Emily comments on. Where's my Ross Zapin clip? Angry Amanda Pete. I hate when I do this. Debra. Okay, let's do this while I look for this. This is a couple years after this. Howard's bragging that he bought Debra a car on her whatever it is 16th birthday, and you see more insight into how Howard's terrified of his daughters getting attention and embarrassing him. So he kind of goes into I would hide. It's kind of what we do. Anything they do because I can't, be implicated being embarrassed by my daughters.
Right.
And Saturday night, I took my daughters out for their birthdays.
Yeah, you had a big birthday weekend.
Yeah, my two older daughters. Their birthdays are 2 days apart.
And do you know my nephew was born on the same day as your second daughter?
Really?
So he had a birthday this week.
Well, there you go. I took them out to a place called Kraft. That was great.
Kraft, a beautiful restaurant.
Beautiful restaurant. Had dinner with the kids.
What'd you get them?
David, you notice, and I'm sure everybody in the chat's picking up on this too. It's not a great observation. It's okay. There's these hip New York places. Howard only goes to one-word restaurants. It's clubs and restaurants. Yeah. Spa and Craft and Ocean and Sea and no. Right? It's just these hip one-word. If you're going to open a club, it doesn't matter if you. Colin is way too attractive for you, Sara, because that's who you used in your avatar to attract Stuttering John. It's Kraft is great macaroni and cheese. And Nobu.
Yeah, because he probably thinks like, the Cheesecake Factory. It's like, that's low rent. That's too many words.
Yeah, the snappy, pithy, one syllable. He wants to look cool, even in the situation, no matter. Could have the shittiest service, the shittiest food, the shittiest everything. Oh my God, I sound so cool saying spa or Kraft or Ocean or Nobu.
He was born on the same day as your second daughter?
Really?
So he had a birthday this week.
Well, there you go.
Robin's nephew, who she's very close to, is born the same day as Debra Stern.
I took him out to a place called
the nephew who, when he came on the air, Robin said she made up everything in her book.
Yes.
Oh, Kraft. That was great.
Kraft, a beautiful restaurant.
Beautiful restaurant. Had dinner with the kids.
What'd you get them?
I got Emily. I got a bracelet that I.
Hello goes, Howard went to a fancy restaurant called Salmonella, and it sounds like fancy.
I went to botulism the other night.
So Emily gets a bracelet. Now get this. Listen to this. These kids are amazing.
Emily, I got a bracelet that I bought out in Arizona.
Mr. Jewelry, huh?
No, Debra got a car.
Debra got a car.
She drives now.
Oh my goodness! You said you'd never do that.
Well, I did.
The Ecstasy Jingle Ball Queen just got a car. Now the real test is, will she drive the car on X?
Right. How soon after Jingle Ball is this?
3 years.
3 years. Okay. So she's.
This is Howard upstaging Alison, giving her a car she doesn't deserve in 2003. Like, you would get just random, hey, here's a car for your birthday.
Emily's a lost cause, so she gets a candy bracelet. Is that
you'll find out what happens with Emily and her driving.
You'd never do that.
Well, I thought it was a bit excessive, but
cracked.
No, when you're divorced, you.
He's flexing to Alison here, who's listening.
Right.
Who's her lawyers are listening at least.
No, but I forget the money. I thought you would never want them out there driving on their own.
Sorry, Robin didn't let him finish that thought, because he said, like, when you're divorced, and I think he could have gone in two directions. He could have said, when you're divorced, you got to, do things to make the kids feel better because the situation is so shitty with the divorce. Or he could have said, when you're divorced, you got to compete with your ex-spouse to give the better gifts,
He has joked around about that in and around this time period. about trying to upstage them and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't think it would be difficult to find audio of him saying that.
Of him going in that direction.
Admitting it, yeah.
Robin interrupted him, so I was like, no,
No,
finish
you're right.
that thought. What were you going to say? Right.
Howard's daughter is special to him. It's as special to him as a stripper. He would give it Mercedes to.
So, you gotta get him a safe car. No, but the kid's a good kid. She's such a good kid.
Good kid and great kid are the same.
Oh, no.
They both count. Great kid and good kid are the same.
The tick is back. Oh, no.
He's downgraded her to good kid, not great kid.
You gotta get him a safe car. No, but the kid's a good kid. She's such a good kid. Yeah. And she drives now. So it was really weird for me to see. My older daughter never got her license.
Yeah, she doesn't want a car.
She doesn't want a car.
Really?
Yeah, she never got a license.
That's weird.
She's always been the kind of kid who hangs out in the city and never really cared.
She doesn't need to drive.
She doesn't need to drive, evidently. She's got people. Really? But my other daughter drives now.
It's either Emily's so privileged that she's never needed to actually get a license in the whole city stuff, but Howard seems to surround himself with women who don't drive. Beth doesn't have a license.
Right.
Beth can't drive.
That's
this is how rarefied you are in his world. All the women if you get a license, it's crazy.
I also, you know what it reminds me of too, and I don't know if I would totally pin this on Howard, but do you remember a couple of years ago that conservative podcaster Steven Crowder got divorced and there was ring cam footage of him being verbally abusive to his wife?
I saw that. Yes, I saw that. Yes.
So one of the things about it was that they only have one car. And it's kind of a way to design. It's designed in a way to keep her from fleeing. It's he wants control over where she is at all times.
He can't afford a second car.
Exactly. So I wonder if it's a similar thing with. I don't think Howard is that kind of aggressive to someone like Beth or his daughters, but I do wonder if there's some control thing to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's involved, but they're so privileged. I don't think people can grasp how wealthy he is, and he would rather also too his drivers. They're snitching on them.
Oh, right. Yeah,
you
Ronnie
think
is
the drivers
snitching.
would have anonymity for Beth and her kid? He has them trained just like the doorman, and they can report on everything they're doing.
Who's
they're snitches for him.
Who's the second in command of Ronnie? Is his name Mike or something?
Mike the cop.
Yeah.
So they're telling them everything they do. They don't know that, but it's a way to report on everywhere they're going.
Yeah.
And
I know she was excited about learning to drive. She really wanted to.
Debra, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you believe I got a 20-year-old daughter and I got a 17-year-old daughter?
I know, man. It's weird.
Wait a minute. I don't know. Did you say that on the air? On Friday, there was.
Nick goes, just know you got a white automatic BMW. She drives with one hand and never uses her blinker. Hand signals.
On Friday, there was some 20.
That's true too, Housey. It's a great Arrested Development too. It's a way for Howard and the rest of them to stay as babies. It's true. It makes them feel younger. That's a great point.
But also, as I said earlier in the show, the fact that his daughters became their own people made them fair game for Howard's imitators to finally go after them at some point. And Howard, he doesn't want to hash that out over the air because one, it's post-divorce and that could be trouble for him.
Oh yeah, he's treading on. Yeah, the last thing he wants to do is trigger. Well, he also thinks that it'll enable Alison's lawyers all the more,
right?
If they have more ammunition.
Right.
Look at what Melvin does here. Arm, I just pulled a list of one-word trendy restaurants in New York City, and here's what I found.
Oh my God.
I'm not joking. Cote or Cote, Atomics, Per Se, how do you say the next one, David? Luca, Saga, Vestry, Clover, Ouija, Crown, Francais, Iliki, Nara, Milos. Oh God, Melvin. This is even I bet you there's 10 times more than that.
Yeah.
And I had no idea you were going to do that. That's fantastic. Thank you, Melvin, for verifying my observation. I was saying it just on, loose observation of the I guess the trend, the restaurateur trend is you go into, if you're going to wage war in the restaurant biz in Manhattan, you better get one fucking word. It better be pithy and sound cool. I don't care what you're serving. It just better sound cool.
21-year-old.
2-year-old in here.
Yeah.
And after she was gone, you were like,
Sizzler.
Do you realize I have a daughter? She's 1 year older than my daughter.
Wow. Yeah. That's why I can't bang chicks. I had to see, because of my kids, I have to set my age limit up higher.
It keeps going up and up and up.
Yeah, those kids cannot get older.
Here comes Pedo Howard,
I know.
flying too close to the sun. He knows. Oh, I was thinking that yesterday. I could come up a restaurant. I would make a killing with a restaurant called The Arm. It really would. It would be that would fucking work. And just make all the stuff you saw on, the YouTube pictures I have. Just make the same shit. That would. I really believe that would work.
We should make it a Howard Stern hater themed restaurant.
Oh, that would be great. That would be great.
I'll think of
Sturcture.
jokes.
I bet a restaurant called Sturcture.
Jeremy Spoke, the restaurant.
Jeremy Spoke. Right. McDonald's is one word. It's
daughters and some of these girls who come in here, huh?
Not an airtight.
Wow. That's true. I wish the kids wouldn't get older. I wish they would stay a certain age.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got some old kids.
Can you pause?
I do.
They're adults, Pratt.
So sometimes when parents say that, where it's like, oh, I just, this moment the kids are at right now, they're like, I have a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old, and I just love this age for them, and I wish it could be this way forever. They're saying that because they admire their kid, they love their kids so much. Howard is saying this because it means he's getting older. He wants time to freeze. So I know we've said that already, but
it is. It's always projecting through how it relates to him.
I just want to draw the comparison to when other parents say that, they're saying that out of a love of seeing their kids in sort of the prime of their childhood. And, it's a very special thing to feel sort of that magical family kind of thing. But for Howard, it's a completely self-serving sentiment. Yeah,
it is, and he's not even framing it well to deflect. Everybody knows you're thinking about yourself, and you're in a Peter Pan sexual complex,
right?
And that's how everything's framed. It's to this day he thinks he's Generation X, and all his friends are 20 years younger than him, and he's still talking about, Millie Bobby Brown, and has no idea how creepy he comes off. David, you're spot on as usual, says Housie, with that assessment about the kids' ages.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Mo from The Simpsons temporarily changed his name to Moe's Tavern.
He also, there's an episode where Mo changed the bar into a gay bar, and he changed it to Moe's, M-O''S. He took the E out.
What's he say? He spells P-L accented A. Is it Plache?
Okay. I haven't seen that episode. So funny. Maybe Plus or something. Yeah.
Basically.
Sometimes when we go places, I think they think I'm dating. They think I'm on a date. Right. That's happened to us a couple of times. You believe that?
Really?
Yeah.
But it was in the paper the next day, or
No. That happened to me. One time I went out with Emily. When I first got divorced, I went with Emily to a concert.
Yeah.
Here in the city at Hammerstein Ballroom or something. Kind of in the newspaper.
There's actually pictures of that.
Okay.
Benjamin says Cyclosporo would be a great name for them. I believe that there's a restaurant in Little Italy called Parm. Yeah, my friend, that's actually a great name, Brendan. That would be a great name for an Italian joint.
It goes, Howard Stern was out with a mystery brunette. And it was kind of,
that's creepy.
And I was like, uh-oh. I go, who is a mystery brunette? I go, that was my daughter. But how do you explain that?
Yeah. Daughter.
Mystery brunette.
Tell them it's your daughter.
Then one time, Debra and I went on vacation together. We were sitting down to eat, and the woman goes, "It's a very romantic night."
Oh!
And then Debra looked at me and went, "I'm going to throw up."
Yeah.
And I said, "Me too." I said, "Let me just."
You can hear how backwardly proud he is of all this. He loves this shit. It makes him seem younger by doing this. Like he's giddy with this shit, and I don't believe a word of it. I don't believe a word a waitress would put to some, would even come close to trying to sabotage a tip by doing that.
Also, why would you bring it up? Like, I don't know. That's
he's proud of it because he thinks he's young. He thinks he's younger.
Right.
He thinks it makes him look younger. Like
I'm just saying, like any other parent would sort of like, let's let that moment fade to the background. Like we don't ever need to mention that again. That was a creepy, horrible moment.
Because that's right. Because Halsey agrees with me. He's making it up.
Because he's making it up. Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Clear that right up. I go, my daughter and I are going to have...
This really is... Don't underestimate how rich he is, and don't ever underestimate how often he lies.
It's also
crazy.
Yeah, it smacks of like, Trump saying like, if Ivanka wasn't my daughter, she would be one of my wives or something.
Yeah.
He said that on The View years ago.
Yeah. It's really the same mentality. It's exactly right. That's a great comparison. Josh Foster goes, Gina Gershon is actually what Sandra Bernhard would be if she was hot. That's really good, Josh.
That's very true.
That's really good. I love Gina Gershon.
My daughter.
This is my daughter.
She was on Earth.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we both got real creeped out.
That gives you the chills.
Yeah, we got creeped out. But yeah, she drives now, and she's a real good driver.
Yeah.
She drives so much better than I do.
Just listen for the clues of what you were saying here.
You somewhere?
Yeah, she drove me around all the other day. She's a real good driver. She's a much better driver than I am.
That's a big deal when a kid's driving their father.
Yeah.
Does your middle daughter like the city as well, or is she more?
Yeah, she likes the city, but she's more on Long Island.
Yeah.
But she likes the city.
Well, you need a car out there. You can't get anywhere.
She's got wheels. She's a good kid.
Great kid.
You know, it was really nice to be.
That's some big present. I wish somebody had bought me a car.
He does. Wait 4 years, Robin. You get a car. You get another car. I wonder if he took note of that. Isn't that crazy, Robin saying that?
This will buy.
I wish someone bought me a car.
This will buy another decade of Robin's fake laughter. Yeah.
Thank God my kids are nice kids, because it would have been really embarrassing. You know, the press would love to just...
Okay.
Thank God my kids are nice kids.
Yeah, so he's worried about his kids embarrassing him in the paper, and what's the
It's
comment?
like, thank God my kids are nice kids, because it would have been really embarrassing. You know, the press would love to just...
Oh, yeah, if your kids were out
troublemakers.
in fact, I'm seeing that Louis Farrakhan's son, 43, by the way, no kid.
Yeah. What did he do?
Was caught drunk driving. He was in a Hummer.
Yeah.
And, I guess had a little too much to drink and rammed the back of a car twice with an older couple in it and then fled the scene. So the older couple managed to get a partial license plate, so the cops picked him up a few miles later. They said they weren't even sure he understood Stern's kid doing that.
Right. That would be bad. Wow.
Howard Stern's kid doing that.
Right. That would be bad.
Major front page headline.
I know. I tell my kids that. You guys got to be little saints.
Well, if they wanted to, they could be like the Hilton sisters with publicity, right?
Yeah.
So nuts.
All right, so now listening to from the Jingle Ball, that was his huge fear, and that's why you got no details, and that's the speech they got. How does this reflect on me to keep you out of that? That's exactly what happened.
Emily said that in her article. She said that Howard gathered the girls and said everybody's watching us. And so you need to be perfect,
what was it? That was the Post?
The New York Post article, yeah.
Yeah, that's because I have, you said that. Let me see here. Really quick. Tell me if it comes up for you.
Okay.
What the hell here?
Yep, got it.
Okay, here we go. A couple blocks away from the Upper West Side, some of the radio's King of Raunch, Howard Stern's Taurus scholar daughter sits in her ankle skirt and recites a blessing. Emily Stern, 32, could have a life. This came out, 10 years ago. She's 42 now. Nearly a decade ago, Howard's oldest child decided to practice Orthodox Judaism, traded in Friday nights for a 20-person Shabbat dinner uptown apartment. Strappy dresses gave way to the outfits that cover her elbows and knees. She's also single, and chalks that up to her pop's habit of blabbing about graphic sex on the airwaves 5 days a week. You know, it's rare I ever go on dates now, Emily tells the Post. My dad's emphasis on sexuality has kept me out of the dating ring when I was younger. She's also scarred by her parents' 1999 split. That's what you say. I know they split earlier than that. Howard divorced his college sweetheart, Alison Burns, the mother of Emily and her sisters, Ashla and Debra. I believe my parents were very much in love, says it, reflecting on her past. I felt like the divorce just came out of nowhere. I thought the sacred bond was just so strong. He used to be like one way, and then he marries this model. Oh, God, that's got to kill Howard's 31. Bombshell. She muses that her mom's reentry into the working world might have been the straw that broke Howard's back. Maybe he couldn't handle it when she went back into work as a psychoanalyst. This is great shit. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So first of all, I forgot the reductive. Then he marries a model.
I forgot this too. I forgot a lot of this too. This is 10 years ago.
The other thing too is that I really think that Alison was bitter at Howard for picking up and leaving every city that they were in, because she got a new job and in social work or whatever she was doing. His
job's way more important than her career, and it's not.
Right.
And it's not.
And so her resume every time she comes to a new town is sort of like, wow, you kind of dined and dashed on the last couple jobs you have. How are we sure you're not going to do that with us? You know?
No doubt. No doubt.
So I bet she was fucking.
That's a great theory. I never thought of that.
Yeah. So anyway.
No, I never thought of that. Raised in Old Westbury, Long Island, the Stern's daughter Sheen is progeny and celebrity belied a much more complicated adolescence. Emily said it was difficult to deal with Howard's fame. My dad's always instilled in us, hey, everybody's watching you, she recalls. While Howard always had said it was for protection, she just attributes it to the warnings to narcissism. I was alone. I believe that we were so different made it unhealthy, she says. Maybe because it was so disconnected from the world, he experienced so much shame about who he was. She grew up fasting for Yom Kippur and enjoying family Passover seders, but her seders, right? But her parents weren't particularly religious. Howard once said on the air that he hated wearing yarmulkes and joked that the theme of Emily's bat mitzvah should just be that I hate Jews. Howard and Alison did practice transcendental meditation, though. Emily got her first mantra at the age 10 and still practices today. In 2014, Howard told Jerry Seinfeld in an episode of Comedians in Cars, everyone in my life meditates, and I don't think I should really live without it, or I could. Emily went on to graduate from theater in New York's Tisch School, but laments a lack of familial guidance when it came to pursuing a career. You know, we never discussed what I was going to be doing when I grew up, and it sort of did me a disservice. She now works full-time as an artist, writing plays and music and acting while studying the Torah at the Drisha Institute. In 2005, she was cast in the I'm sorry for bringing it up, Kabbalah, playing Madonna. Emily says she was excited and committed to the role that colored her raven locks blonde, then she went nude. But the things went south after mediocre reviews surfaced. According to Emily, low ticket sales forced the director Tuvia Tannenbaum. I actually looked him up. And he goes off on Howard and I forget what it was. It was an article that he had the whole play killed. Howard had the play killed to trade her daughter off status in an unauthorized video of her wearing next to nothing to promote the show. Tannenbaum knows nothing about this. She lives a life of modesty now. Emily doesn't regret the experience and won't discount the possibility of getting nude again on stage. Mr. Skin's going to be excited about that. Don't ever say anything, she coyly concedes. Next to Republicans' mission, much more sedate. A photo November 18th at the Hadass Gallery in Clinton. I used to live right down the street from this, Clinton Hill, Brooklyn. It focuses on the water retention landscape in Portugal. That's about it on that. So that's crazy. And that is a fantastic article. Doesn't sound like anyone's putting words in her mouth or misquoting her, but of course...
That's I mean, a couple things jumped out at me in that. First of all, I think that I tend to believe that Emily probably is gay
Show.
herself.
Gabe, you're on the air.
Sorry. No, you're good. I tend to think that Emily is probably gay herself and is using religion to kind of closet her. She's putting all of that energy into.
Oh, you can hide behind religion in many ways. That's one of them. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, and I wonder if just seeing and I do tend to believe that as the eldest child, she probably got wind of what her dad was doing with Ralph and saw the hypocrisy and the, I don't know. I just think that there's a lot of similarities in hers and Howard's kind of hang-ups,
Oh, definitely. Definitely. But she's, you're right. She's terrified of coming out completely,
right?
Because she's worried about him. She's worried about how that reflects on it, and that he's trying to take on all these gay. Why do you think he's trying to take on all these gay causes? Because it's about him, and it's even a distant second. He's wondering when she'll come out of the closet.
The only sort of like PC thing that he's evolved on is gay causes, gay rights, LGBTQ stuff, because that's him. He still is telling Gary's son, like, I grew up with a bunch of black kids torturing me, or I went to see the movie Parasite, and he does the whole Ching Chong thing. So so he's only evolved on gay issues because he's gay, and he sees that society.
Well, it's just like his politics. It's coming from the most self-indulgent place.
Right.
Always.
But I think that because culture is now come around to, gay people have the right to live, he can take that up as a cause he believes in and not be sort of castigated, but he still wants to hold on to the, all the other sort of like aged, horribly racist, misogynist, whatever.
Because he's too stupid to pivot away from it. He doesn't have any other skills.
But I guess my point is, like, why not have out of the closet Stern Mr. Blackwell anymore? Why does that get sort of 86ed, and not the other stuff,
No, great point. Thank you, Housey. Awesome stuff. Got to go. Oh, thank you, Housey. Thank you, Josh Foster. Yes, I do remember when DePaul was on NBC every week, like Notre Dame is on, and Don Criqui, and I totally remember that. Oh my God, that's a great fucking callback. College basketball in the days of, I think he's talking about, Terry Cummings was on that, and then Rod Strickland and Dallas Comegys and Tyrone Corbin. Oh God, those DePaul teams. Stanley Brundy. Remember Stanley fucking Brundy? That's a great, Josh. That takes me back. I like DePaul too because there's depth in the prefix of it. Depth Paul. They would do the thing where they would prefix the name like and it looked like it was saying Depp. I remember like the DePaul versus Illinois, and it would say. Okay, so this is Emily Stern.
You must love every department in the government.
This is Emily Stern speaking. Howard being forced using a caller, a fake probably behind back staff, using to speak to that very article we just read.
Stern Show. Gabe, you're on the air in Miami.
Hey, Howard. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, my friend.
Hey, I saw this article this weekend, and I wanted to see if you had seen it. It was about your daughter.
Of course I saw it.
And I just wanted to, I was kind of shocked because you always talk about how, what a great relationship
we really do
have with Beth.
Yes.
And it had some.
It would be great if you just went, great kid, 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 great kids, great kids, great kids, the great kids.
Negative comments, and you scared her off dating. I wanted to know.
I know. Emily called me. She goes, Dad, I talked to the New York Post, and I don't know what happened to this article.
Right.
And I said, I go.
You believe Emily called her right after that? Called him right after that?
No, and I think that Howard knows most of his audience won't pursue looking for the article at this point. His lemmings won't. So him kind of giving, he's getting ahead of it where it's like, oh, don't worry, Emily and I had talked. Like she said it was all a misunderstanding. So no need to go read it.
That's exactly what he's implying. Don't go read it on your own. You couldn't there's nothing out of context about what I just read. It's very specific. There's nothing. Then show me the real one. Then reprint the whole thing. Let's do everything there is as it was. There's nothing to misquote.
Read the article on the air and go point by point and tell us how it was taken out of context. You know,
right? That's right, Pellel. A Buchwald minion called and started doing damage control. That's exactly what that is. He probably works in Buchwald's office, as a matter of fact.
There was someone else on his roster. There was another paid acting gig for a Buchwald client.
That's Johnny. That's Johnny Meyer.
That's Len Cariou or someone other fucking failure.
No, it's all right. I read it. She goes. The headline was that my daughter's afraid to date. Meanwhile, she was just in a relationship. I don't know what. I said, "What's that about?" She goes, "I don't even know."
She just told the interviewer, "I can't date. I'm not," and told her why and when. That's not fake. That's exactly what she just said. And
notice the Post wasn't sued.
Right. He will sue you. He has retainer lawyers for every situation. If that was fake, he would have sued them and we would know about it. That's exactly right.
And he can't sue his daughter for defamation because, that's going to make him look like a bad father.
Yep.
And frankly, she didn't say anything other than her feelings. So she didn't defame him, and it's.
I thought that was a haymaker. I thought that really made him look like shit. I mean, I thought that was you got to. This is a year like 15.
It did, but that's her
the
story.
The haters really started hating him. The fans really were turning on him right here. This is first year radio gunk, in fact.
That's right. Yeah.
As the fans did back then. That's right, Tamara, and search for the. David's right though. Like he thinks it's gonna deflect you from actually reading the article yourself. Like you.
I think there's a portion of fans that, like your Marianne from Brooklyn, Lemmings, that will if Howard's word is good enough for me, I don't have to go. I don't have to go read it. Yeah.
How did they get that?
He does this nervous laugh too when he's lying.
Yeah.
How did they get that?
I don't know, but my daughter is fantastic. My three daughters are fucking amazing, and I'm very blessed. I have such a great relationship with them, and I really do. And what can I tell you? I'm very supportive of everything they're doing, and we see each other all the time. And I don't know. I didn't think that article was very reflective of my relationship.
He's so supportive of everything and he hadn't talked about them for 10 years. He wasn't allowed to. It's so his take on them is so reviled by Alison and the kids that they'd a fucking gag order, and he won't bring them up in any capacity because he's not proud of shit.
With her, neither did she. But
that I guess wouldn't sell papers.
No, but it's fine. I mean, no, my daughter does date men. And very successfully, and she's just a terrific kid. And the article didn't really reflect our relationship, but whatever. It's 2 weeks ago I was telling somebody, my friend, 2 weeks ago they had me in the Post that I'm now the leader of a cult, and I was.
Yeah. So this is the Getting Things Done cult and the whole thing. This is great. I forgot about
of
this.
A cult.
Seminal moment.
And I was like, whoa, for Getting Things Done, the, that book that I read, David Allen.
He's acting like he doesn't know what it is. He goes, a cult for like that, what is it, Getting Things Done, even though he spent, 3 hours on it, 4 months before that.
Who went to the house and what's his face?
Maria Menounos.
Maria Menounos, right.
Yeah, I got to find that clip. She showed up and David Allen answered the door.
David Allen answered, right.
Trying to brainwash her. Like, what do you do? Like, you love to... Getting people brainwashed. That's right, Pellel. If Ralph was his kid, he'd tell him to go F himself. He's supportive. Why not play guitar with Emily then? Tamara, that's such a great point by you. Proud of you, Tamfran. That's a great point. Play guitar. Play four hands on the guitar together.
That's so heartwarming, Tamara. Oh my God, that's so great.
And I've met David Allen twice. It's a book on how to organize.
You'd have to bring Zuzazu up. Right, in order to do it, she would just do into the medley of her album.
Lists.
And I was like, really? That would...
The Post that I'm now the leader of a cult. And I was like, whoa, for Getting Things Done, the, that book that I read, David Allen's. And I've met David Allen twice. It's a book on how to organize lists.
And I was like...
He's met David Allen twice. He answered the door twice for 3 months straight. He answered the door. I think he has a house. I think he has a guest house.
Yeah.
At Castle Gayskull.
I believe that, yeah.
Really? That would make a cult?
I was like, that's the lamest fucking cult. If I'm going to go do a cult.
Wouldn't it have some sex in it?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fucking wild. I mean, it's going to be David Corniche.
Organizing.
No, but anyway, my daughter's great, Gabe. She really is. She's a terrific fucking kid. And you know, I'm very blessed to have 3 great daughters. I really am. And,
all right, I'm happy for you. Man.
All right, Gabe. Thank you.
I was shocked by it.
Oh, okay.
I guess you can't believe what you read in the paper.
Yeah.
Emily threw like 10 haymakers in that art. She hit Beth. She hit the brainwashing he does to them. He blames her for not having a career. She threw so many. He looks like a total piece of shit.
Yeah. By the way, I just looked up Transcendental Meditation cult on YouTube because there's a podcast about cults that covers TM. And the first thing that comes up is David Lynch interviews Paul McCartney about meditation,
and has a tribute for him right after that on Channel 7. Well, with David, BonJovial looked up stuff, and it went right to David Allen when he looked up those. It went right to David Allen.
I was like,
I mean, listen.
Speaking of gay skulls, I read Skeletor's wasn't it Man at Arms, Pellel? He-Man's uncle, Arm. Did you know this? Isn't it Man at Arms? That's Teela's father, right? Man at Arms.
And you know, I don't know. I was just with my daughter at my mom's house.
How many times?
I just saw my daughter at my mom's house yesterday. All of a sudden, he's seeing it.
Times.
Yeah.
And the article never came up when he saw her.
This missing.
She didn't say it to him first. Wouldn't she call him and go, Dad, I'm doing an article? But no, this is everything is true.
Yeah.
Emily blaming Howard sounds similar to when Elliot Offen's daughter was on. Oh, wow. Good call, Josh.
Information is printed about you.
Nah, well, whatever. I mean,
but I'm just saying, it must be that way with everybody else.
I don't know. No, probably not with everyone else. Just me.
You.
Just me. Everything else is true. But she really is.
Oh, one more great kid for the road.
But she really is a great kid. All right, Gabe, thank you.
Hey, thank you. Take care.
Stern.
Great kid. LeBron James is traded to the Washington Wizards. That's Sarah's troll. I mean, that's like the last team he would, even though it's the capital of the United States, he would never play for the Wizards. He could be on your Cavaliers, though, again.
Yeah.
Yes, David wants to call them the Cavaqueers, which is an interesting name.
Listen, I've been lobbying in a tutu outside of the stadium for that for years.
Oh, thank you, Pell. Yes, Teal is dead. Skeletor's King Randor's brother turned evil, and then the acid in the face with and John Wall. Who might Terry Catlinge over here? Who might Daryl Walker over here? Who might Jeff Malone over here? We might end it here. I have so much more. It never ends.
I know.
Do you want to do Sex Pest JD? Save that, or how about this? Okay, this is a short one.
Okay.
We got to do Ralph.
Oh yeah.
We got a new euphemism for this word. Here you go. So here is Ralph Cirella telling Howard what happens when he doses a chick that he gets from being with the show. This is a rape from. We could actually the RAPE and RALPH are not too different. We could actually use Ralph as a euphemism for this sexual molestation.
Yeah.
For this act.
He Ralphed her, which is not giving a wedgie or what isn't there a term for never mind. Sorry.
That's right.
I was going to beat off on her ass when she was asleep, and then she said, if you had done that, that would have been it.
Oh, my goodness.
So much fun.
Talking about Beth.
Yeah.
And so Ralph's on the phone. This is the test show. From Sirius, like January 6th, 2006. They go on the air on the 9th.
Because Ralph has done that.
Not to Beth.
Yeah, to Beth. No, he's done that. Ralph was with some chick.
Revelation.
Ralph was with this chick, and he says to me, she fell asleep drunk, and he pulled down he pulled down the sheets. She was wearing a thong.
Well, we were messing around too a little bit, and then she just kind of like passed out.
She passed out on you.
And then she fell asleep, and so he finished by pleasuring himself on her. And then she fell asleep, and so he
too a little bit, and then she just kind of like passed out.
She passed out on you.
And then she fell asleep, and so he finished by pleasuring himself on her ass.
No. I humped her ass and then came all over it.
Oh, and she never woke up?
No, she slept. He did it 2 more times after that.
Oh, my goodness.
I tried that a couple times.
Are you sure she was still alive?
I don't know.
Are you sure she wasn't a guy?
No, I humped her ass and then came all over it.
Oh, and she never woke up?
Okay, I am not a detective. I'm not Officer Hansen. That's Rape.
That is, yes. She did not consent to that.
There's nothing about that. That's not date Rape. That's not anything. She fell asleep. They had not had anything called intercourse before that. He pulls his pants down, and while she's sleeping and dosed, Ralphed her. That is yes. Rape. That is Ralph. There's no other definition for it. And then admits to, and this is like when he thinks he owns Sirius. They think they could do whatever they want. That's what it would enable him to just. He also doesn't think anyone's listening because this is a test show.
Right.
He admitted to raping this woman 4 times. This is who he is. Dosing. This is just nothing. Howard's all for it. He's not shamed by it. He's not anything.
Yeah.
He's proud of this.
Oh yeah.
That is Rape. There's no other definition. That is right. You'd be canceled 1,000 times for that.
Of course. I mean, first of all, it sounds like she was intoxicated too. So even if she hadn't passed out, probably not a good idea to get sexually active with someone who is intoxicated, because even if they can quote consent to it, they're not in their right mind.
There is a trial that just completed with speaking of the NBA, a player named Ben McLemore who played for the Portland Trail Blazers. He went to a party thrown by Robert Covington. This is exactly what happened to this guy. He just lost the trial. He did exactly what Ralph is describing here. He is getting 15 years in Oregon, something like that.
Yeah,
for Rape. God. And this is Ralph just cavalierly admitting to this like it's just nothing. They don't even know the definition of it. He's dead now, right? Can you kill him again?
Right.
I mean, this is beyond Kobe shit. This is worse than what Kobe Bryant did.
That he went on to not face any repercussions for it for the next...
Admitting it.
Right, for the next 18 years,
The girl would have to come forward. She doesn't even remember it, probably, is why he can do this. But he's proud of it.
Oh, yeah.
Am I crazy? This is Rape. There's no other...
No, you're not crazy. It is. Absolutely.
Thank you, Tamara. I mean, this is a morbid place to end this. But, I mean, why am I the only one who heard this clip?
God, okay, so the test shows where they're like testing the equipment and the mics and the stuff.
They just did like a fuck around show. It was like 2 hours. Right. Let's riff. They actually took a few phone calls. One of the phone calls asked about Emily, in fact. Again,
that's right.
Thank you, Josh Foster. Cavalierly is very difficult to say. I don't even think Brad Daugherty can say it that way. I mean, again, this isn't a Lotus Notes short on my channel. Just even if it was just isolated, like by itself.
Yeah.
This is just these
without
are
our
the
commentary.
reprobates.
Right.
That these are the sex pest reprobates that inhabit this show. This is the lowest. How is this not a bigger deal?
Well, also, even though Ralph is dead, like Howard and Robin can,
relitigate it.
Yeah, well, they let it slide. I mean, he clearly
they were fine with it.
Right. And they're still living and could face, some, I mean, listen, it's not illegal for them to.
Howard was humble bragging about it. He loves it.
I'm just saying stuff like this makes celebrities social outcasts nowadays, So
I mean, this is, again, and Howard doesn't deal with the devil. It's serious. Like there's no human resources. So it's just a bunch of just reprobate sex pests that work on this show, preying on interns and Cosmo parties, and they have no accountability or any human resources whatsoever. Right. And that's what you do. And Ralph, of all people, knows this and calls, I don't give a shit. You can't do anything to me.
Right.
Like the Department of Justice can just bail him out. Hey, here's a pardon. Exactly. Here's a Ralph pardon.
Yeah, absolutely. Same with, I mean, listen, he got away with drugging one of Howard's kids, so he can do anything now. He's Teflon.
No doubt.
You know?
David, great show. I have an entire other row full to do this a third time, but the next show is the Fred Norris 70th birthday party roast. Anyone who wants to submit a roast of your own or a moment, we got our own. I might even do a chat GPT roast. I was using that for some of the. It is. I'm telling you, if you're a writer in Hollywood, you have to be terrified of this thing. It's scary how fucking crazy. I put a headline in, and it wrote me this crazy detailed description. I was like, this is scary how good it was.
Right.
And I think I'm going to write myself a Fred roast. Let's see if Chat GPT can write its own Fred roast. Not that I can't do it myself. I can do it myself, but
see what the computer thinks. Yeah.
David, fantastic job. BonJovial, wherever you are, fighting wombats. Great. The Sara video was hilarious. Again,
Armfeld coming up soon, right?
Yes, I'm putting it out tomorrow.
Cool.
Armfeld, episode 10 of season 2. This is Arm for David saying no hugging, no learning. And actually, he's not giving me, how do we do this now? It's not telling me how to get out of this. Nobby? It's not, the format changed. What am I doing here? Do I have to go to the phone? I don't know how to end. Oh, okay. I think I have to hit end stream because it's not giving me, it would give me like I don't even want to explain myself. Okay.
That's how I'll know that I've been sent to fucking hell. Congratulations. Oh, man. Good stuff.